need to be able to continue offering this kind of information to the industry is important. You know, I also sit on the Advertising Practitioners Association, and as an industry, we feel, and every day there's, you know, that sentiment that we are losing the standard that we had, or we are not really keeping up with the times when it comes to understanding what's going on in our marketplace. And of course, we can see that the dynamics are there and they're happening very quickly. So we stand with that promise to be able to offer this platform to you, together with our partners, and of course, together with you, and create this community where we can continue sharing, learning, and applying ourselves in this very dynamic field that we are in. So I will, as Wanjiku has said, there are going to be a number of presentations made today. But what I'll do is I would like to invite Lenny Nganga. Lenny Nganga is somebody I've known for many years, both at a personal level and at a professional level. He is the CEO of Omnicom East Africa, which consists of Sarasan OMD and Sarasan PhD. I would say he's probably now a legend. I think we're allowed to call you a legend. Once you've hit 30 years, surely we have to call you a legend in the industry. And you know, what I like about Lenny, other than the fact that he's also been he's a former chair of the Advertising Practitioners Association, and he sat there for too long because nobody wanted to replace him. No one wanted to enter into those shoes. But what that tells you something about him. So Lenny is one of those people, even if he's a legend, he has kept up. And actually, he says that one of the things that excites him today is what's happening around data, big data, what's happening around AI, and how technology is now transforming marketing. So he will kick us off just with some opening remarks as we begin. All right. Also allow me, please, to just say a short word of prayer as we begin. Father, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to gather as practitioners in marketing and advertising. We thank you for the partners who are here. We thank you for all the participants who are here. We thank you for the speakers and the panelists who are here. We pray, Lord Father, that this shall be a fruitful conversation, at the end of which each of us will come out with tangible key outputs that we can go and apply and be able to grow our brands, grow our businesses, and grow even at a personal level. So Lord, I glorify you and I thank you for this opportunity. Amen.
Good morning, all. Very happy to see a lot of punctual Kenyans here this morning. The traffic can be murder, especially the day after heavy rain. That's one of the few things that we see are peculiar about Kenya. Now, thank you very much for the introduction, Susan. And thank you for putting together this event for the 4th year. It's a really great coming together of diverse points of view and sources of knowledge for the industry. And I believe this should be a must attend for all leaders in advertising and marketing in this country. Now, just a short aside, I don't know how many of you actually know the history of how the ISA started. ISA was born out of the APA having a training program that we used to run every year. And Susan was actually in charge of that training out, the APA. But the training was actually sporadic and not very consistent and didn't cover all areas. So at some point, Susan took the plunge and decided she's going to go full tilt into running a school for advertising that will give us a pipeline of ready talent who are well prepared and well trained, come to the workplace, and also offer an opportunity for those already working to expand their skills into different areas. So kudos to you, Susan, and your team for keeping the ISA going. Really appreciate it. And I also want to thank whoever it is who did the social media post, who called the advertising world. They're responsible for inflating the ego. So they're to blame if I tell people in my office start calling me Your Highness. Anyway, so I've been in this business for 30 years this month. And I know some of you are probably thinking, oh, Rock of Ages. You're right. I started out actually when Kenya had 2 TV stations, 5 radio stations. Billboards were hand painted. Have you heard of a place called Githurai Kimbo? It's called that because of the billboard for Kimbo cooking oil that stood there for many, many years. That people started calling Githurai Kimbo. There were no cell phones, there was no internet. But actually, I've never been as excited and at the same time as concerned as I am right now, this point in time in the advertising industry. The things I'm excited about, number one, is our ability now to start measuring the impact of what we do. There are so many data points now available to us, so many devices returning data that we can actually start really getting to grips with what drives marketing success in our country. Other things that have actually really helped in that regard is the speed of research. I remember before you send out a research brief, and by the time you went through the process and get back your results, it would be 3 to 4 months. Now, in a matter of days, you get your results back, which is fantastic. Then the data analytics capabilities now enabled by artificial intelligence, machine learning, and democratized online learning. That is a very big thing for us. Someone sitting here, all of us sitting here in this room, can have access to a course at Harvard. Yes, you pay for it, but you have access to it the same as somebody in the US, which is something that never used to happen before. So we can really learn and be up to speed with everything that's really helping to drive marketing. Then I'm also really excited about the evolution of media consumption. This is really exciting for me because it's showing us there's new ways in which old mediums are being consumed. I take the example of audio, where before it was radio, now it's gone into things like audio streaming and audio on demand, just things like podcasts. The things that are coming through. Video search on TikTok. Find that the generation who has like 16 years and below are actually using TikTok as their major or their first call of search. And it's because it's video search. Very interesting development in that. Then also the other thing that I've seen here, and I'm sure Barnabas' presentation will take us through that as well, is the fragmentation of TV in Kenya along the same lines as radio in terms of languages. That is happening. And one very peculiar thing again about Kenyans is that there's one soap from India, which is very popular across all languages. Kikuyu, Luo, Kalenjin, it's called Kum Kum Bagia. It's very interesting, but it's a fact. And the other thing that is also coming up is connected TV. It's going to become an issue for us in the future, in the near future. Every single television set now being sold has internet capabilities. So as internet connectivity expands, the way people also consuming TV is going to change. And this pace of change is only increasing. But this makes the skills of us, people marketing and advertising, a lot more valuable to brands and companies. So all these changes mean that we have to keep learning. We have to embrace research and data. That's why I'm very excited about this particular session. We have to acquire new skills. Even an old dog like me now is learning every day and loving it. We're almost at the age that in those days where we'll be saying now I'm about to retire. But now I'm looking at the data, I'm thinking, wow, like I'm reinventing myself. And one of the things I've decided to go into heavily for me is on marketing return on investment, analytics, data, and building those models. So we also have to make sure that we start venturing out and meeting and connecting with our audiences and our customers. I always say that desk is a very dangerous place to view the world from. Yes, we have all these great sources now of research and data, but nothing replaces actually going out and just talking to people. I said I'm excited and concerned. So what are the things I'm concerned about? The first one, is a big one for me, is the cash flow that is happening through the usage of digital platforms. This money formerly circulated within this economy. Now it's all going to American corporations. Think about it. The big four, all American. All this money is going out there. Before, the money would stay within this ecosystem. It would help to pay the creatives in this market to develop content, develop programming. But now this money is leaving the economy. Although we are seeing the influencer and creator segments growing, it is still a very small fraction of what is going out of this country to these big digital players. And to rebalance this, I believe we have a responsibility to help our local digital players develop their platforms so that they grow audiences, so that we can keep this funding and this money within our ecosystem and keep on growing the industry here. The other thing that is really affecting us, and I'm really concerned about, is government regulation. Some things happen out there that we think will not affect us, but we saw in the last finance bill, excise duty on things like consumer promotions, alcoholic beverage advertising. Those really affected even the funds within the economy. Like, for example, the withholding tax on paying people outside the country. So, for example, let's say you're doing business with a company in Tanzania and you need to pay them. The law says you're supposed to withhold 20%. How does that work? Because the person on the other end is expecting 100%. So it's become a very difficult thing. And what it's doing, it's eroding Kenya's status as a marketing hub. It's something that used to happen before. A lot of campaigns would be run out of Nairobi. It used to be either Nairobi or Johannesburg, and increasingly Lagos. Now it's becoming harder and harder for that to happen. So we're seeing a lot of companies now changing their hubbing, and they're doing things out of either South Africa or Nigeria, as opposed to Kenya. So we, as an industry, have to get together and actually now start actively lobbying to ensure that regulation is going to favor us, is not going to actually be to our detriment, and make the lawmakers understand our industry and see the downside and the impact of the things that they are doing to our industry and to the people who work in the industry. So the third thing that concerns me as well, I said because there's all this data out there, we don't have a cohesive data structure that looks at bringing together all these diverse sources of data: media, retail, advertising, consumer data sets. These are things that if we brought them together, would really enable quicker and deep analysis of marketing effectiveness, consumer behavior, and the things that we do that will really grow our companies and our brands. Because I'm a great believer in the power of marketing. I'm sure all of us sitting here have a favorite brand. And if you're to list even your top 3 brands, I'm willing to bet maybe only 10% of us would have a Kenyan brand in the top 3. These are international brands. They're brands that travel. These are brands that have been built through marketing. We saw like the Super Bowl, $7 million for a 30-second ad. Makes a lot of sense. When you look at it, it was the broadcast, I think, was about close to 200 million viewers. But the important thing there is that the people pay as much attention to the ads as they do the game itself. This is how a country like America has built the biggest global brands through great marketing. And I do believe as well, we in Kenya, we can do the same job if we really pay attention to the data and look at getting more effective and seeing how we can use this data to make sure our brands travel and become very, very strong and endearing, constant. So what should we do about this? So I'm saying, as we listen to these presentations, to these wonderful presentations, let's look at them through the lens of how can I use this information to get better? How do we acquire these data sets As Susan said, I was chair of the APA for many years and also worked at CAF as a volunteer unpaid for 7 years. And one thing that we found was that there was a reluctance to actually pay for data, which is quite wrong. Because as Barnabas and Kahiga will tell you, they spend quite a lot of money to get this data. So it's only fair that we value this data for what it can do for us and what we can do with it. So this data will help us to make better investment decisions, better connect with our customers, but also as we go through the presentation, ask yourself for what you need, what pieces are missing, what would you like to see? So that then we can start looking at it as an industry and saying what we need to put together. And also as an industry, let's put our hands together. Let's stand up. Let's actively lobby and engage with the lawmakers in this country so that we can thrive. We all thrive. The APA right now is engaging with the MSK and the Media Owners Association to start exploring rules for this coming finance bill, and people will be able to make some headways. So we have the loudest voices, to be honest, but we don't use them for our own good. When it comes to things like lobbying, making our voices heard. It's about time we change that. So let's make sure we do that. And let me welcome this morning's presentations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lenny. I think Lenny has really spoken to some of the things that we'll be asking ourselves today as we get to the second session, which is the most exciting one, where we will be hearing from our presenters. They'll talk to us about some of the things that Lenny has talked about, because, you know, marketers are the catalyst for change. And the reason for that is because you're always looking for new trends. You're always trying to understand the customer. And therefore, you actually understand your audience very well. And some of the things that Lenny has talked about will resonate at the end of this session. And good to think about it. Can you imagine the turnaround for that billboard that needed to be painted in Yudorai? Yeah? The turnaround time, and now where we are today, you know, where you can order a billboard and by evening it's ready and already up, right? So for the second session is really about the presentations, and our first presenter is Kahiga. One thing about Kahiga, he plays the guitar. Does anybody know that?
You are not born chanting.
He can also sing. He sings hymns.
Hey.
So Kahiga, karibu sana, come and talk to us about the changing consumer behavior. Again, that word change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have a hymn this morning, although I know that marketers can sing and can create music. Thank you for that, and thank you, Lenny, for that introduction. My name is Kahiga. I'm an insights professional from Kantar, and we want to talk about meaningfully different brands in this year for our Lord 2024. Now, I'm sure as part of your conversations this morning, or maybe I would put it as a question, how many in your small discussions talked about the economy? Come on, Lenny, I know you did, Jackie, yes, and even the half hands, I can see them. We are coming off what you would call a tough year. We do not know how long this is going to be. The outlook has been said is a positive one for this particular year. And so we look to the future with optimism. But as brand custodians and managers, there's some things we need to have in mind as we go forward, because from experience, there's some balls that have been dropped. And then we start asking ourselves, why is it that our brands are not performing the way they should be performing? So we cannot put it all in a 15-minute presentation, but we will share hopefully some nuggets that are going to be impactful for our discussion today. I can't control the slides, but our highlights today, we are going to talk about the challenges that brands are facing today and what the implications are. And then we are going to look at 4 key areas that we need to have in mind when we are managing our brands. And the first one is going to be brand purpose. We are going to give the details on that. Then we are going to look at the role of innovation that innovation plays in brand performance and meeting your brand objectives. Then communication. You can't talk about marketing without and advertising without communication. But where is it that sometimes, from evidence in the data, where is it that we tend to lose that consistency? And then the last, but not least, we're going to be talking about brand experience. As I've said, we have come off 2023. I think there were a lot of questions and perhaps a lot of objectives not met. How is the situation going to be this particular year? Now, when you look at the first chart on the left, what you see is that the consumer spending power is not changing. So the consumer still has the same amount of money, but all other indicators do not show that things are going to be necessarily easier for the consumer. And that is why then we need to ask ourselves, how do we continue to impress this consumer with our brands, even when they do not have extra money to spend? One of the other conversations you may have had this morning have been perhaps about the tax, which everybody and every Kenyan is complaining about. And therefore, that goes back to that same consumer, who you can see majority of them are having less than 20,000 shillings in a month. So you have to think about the essentials. And if we go to the next slide, what they really have to spend on, you can see the kind of pressure that they are under. Now, one of the observations you will make from this particular chart is that there has been a push to just spending on the essentials, prioritizing. And that you can see very clearly, things like dairy products, so milk, that is usually supposed to be on the table right now for breakfast, is being deprioritized. And also some of the things such as household items, consumers are buying that less frequently and trying to buy that in bulk. Why? Because they want to get an extra value for that shilling. And maybe buying a lot more in bulk or in wholesale, they're going to save a shilling. So this is basically telling us that the consumer is under a lot of pressure in terms of what they can actually spend on. Going to the next slide, we're seeing a different picture though. That in the midst of this kind of pressure, there are still brands that are growing. Now that's comparing 2023 to 2022, the pie in terms of the number of brands that are growing basically grew just slightly. But we can say that more than half of the brands are still growing. So the question is, what is it that these brands are doing to keep growing and to keep meeting their objectives? Now, going into the next slide, what we know is that sometimes when things are tough and when consumers are not able to spend, we think of the price so that we can push volumes. It usually is almost an automatic decision that we try to make. But what we need to be reminded of is that what the consumer really is looking for, and there is evidence to show that, is value. How can we deliver more value to this particular consumer so that they can spend more on your brand? And BrandZ on the next slide, which is a Kantar global study, has basically linked brand performance to financial performance of if you keep investing in your brand. So in tough times, the evidence basically and the advice is that do not relent on investing in your brand. And what happens is sometimes some of the mistakes we see is that you want to be out there this month, and then the next month you reduce a little bit. What you need is consistency. in investing in your brands. And Brandzy data has basically showed that, and also shown that when you invest in your brand consistently, there is a consistent reward in financial performance. So then what should we do as brand managers to ensure that even in tough times, our brands are meeting their objectives? We talk about meaningfully different brands. And that was the title of my presentation this morning. There is evidence, again, to show that brands that are meaningfully different will outshine more than 2 times or even sometimes more in terms of volume, what the consumers are actually buying. And what is it that we are referring to as being meaningful? Being meaningful is really making that consistent emotional connection with your consumers. And your brand has to be seen to deliver to the basic consumer needs. So if we're basically talking about laundry powder, laundry detergent, is it actually delivering on the basic need? But more than that, are we having an emotional, is the consumer connecting emotionally with that particular brand? Difference is the extent to which the brands offer something that other brands cannot offer. Now, if there is really no difference or meaningful difference in what my brand is offering from the other brand, then what is the reason for the consumer to choose my brand? And then lastly, there is salience, which is all about the mental availability of the brand. So when we talk about a particular need, how fast or how quickly does your brand come to mind? And these are 3 very important areas. And when you have a meaningfully different brand, it means that increasingly consumers will want to buy your brand. Consumers will want to pay for it. So things price. Then they will also want to try it in the future. And these 3 elements are quite important for the health of your brand. Now, if you go to the next slide. Right. Again, Kantar has evidence that meaningfully different brands drive volume up to 3 times or even more of brands with that are not meaningfully different. So it's important that we ensure that our brands are actually not just meeting the needs of the consumers, but are also emotionally connected to those consumers. And therefore, we need to understand our target audience. The next slide is talking about pricing power. Again, when Kantar was working on validating this meaningful different thinking and framework, evidence shows that brands that are meaningfully different have potential, to have more than, perhaps 3 times more the pricing power, meaning that consumers can actually pay double the average price in that particular category if that particular brand has evidence of being meaningfully different. And the last point on this particular one is around the future power. Brands with future power, they have a high probability of gaining value share in the future. Why? Because they create that aspiration and consumers want and have that desire to interact with that particular brand in the future. Therefore, what are the implications for brands? If you could go to the next one. Thank you. And if you go to the next slide. So to understand the success factors that drive brand growth, even in times of unpredictability like we are in, although we think that 2024 is going to be a better year. So a number of factors have been identified that drive the success of brands. And you can see there are quite a number of them. So a brand needs to be socially endorsed. So, there needs to be that credibility that that brand can actually meet the needs within that particular category. It needs to be an everyday brand. one that is not complicated to use. It needs to have trust. So it needs to be personally trusted for what it is saying. And how do we really build trust? Building trust is once you create that promise, then you have to consistently deliver on that particular promise. So there needs to be great communication. We also need to have a great product experience. Of course, you need to be digitally present, and the overall design of that particular brand has to work based on the needs of your consumers. So if you look at these particular factors, we can summarize them into 4 different things. So we have 4 things. So one is of the learnings is that if you have a brand, keep supporting that brand, keep investing in it. Ensure that you are aware of what are the short-term drivers of your brand performance and keep a tab on them. Whereas short-term will help you remain afloat. You know, those promotions that we have to keep engaged to the brand, to the consumers. We also need to remain meaningfully different within each of those initiatives and short-term initiatives that we have. And stay true to what the brand is really all about and what it represents. And if we go to the next slide, we can summarize 4 different tools that we can use to support our brands in these difficult times. One is around the brand purpose. And the brand purpose is, why does your brand exist? Does a laundry detergent just exist because of making clothes clean? Is that really the reason? You know, innovation, what is your innovation plan? What is your plan around communications? And lastly, around brand experience. So let's talk about purpose briefly. And the first slide. Go next, please. Go next. The first slide is basically showing the evidence, again, from Kantar's BrandZ data of brands with a purpose outperforming the rest of the brands. But it's also possible to have a purpose, but that purpose is not known. It's not connecting with your consumer. So how clear is that particular purpose? And how do we unlock that purpose? Next slide. Yeah. So your purpose is, you can activate this in 3 different ways. One is your expertise. What is it that you're really good at? What is it that you're good at? Your expertise can help in making that difference. All brands have a particular area of prowess, and this should really be used in driving that particular purpose. Now, the next thing is practicing what you preach. If your brand has purposeful values at the core of positioning, and in difficult times, this is the critical time on which to deliver what your purpose is all about. And this is because in times of difficulty for consumers, brands come under very, very close scrutiny between what you're saying and really what you're delivering. But also how you respond to situations from a corporate point of view can also have an effect, an impact on your brand. And therefore, in times like this, when consumers do not have much of a luxury in terms of what they can spend, it's important that we also then look at our corporate response to issues. So going to the next slide, we talk about purpose as a commitment. It is really a commitment. You have to be brave enough to commit to a few things, or even just one particular topic. You cannot be everything to every consumer. Now, that courage to be precise in what you represent or what your purpose is, and being focused to a narrow target that you can really turn into advocates for your brand. Now, the second thing is purpose as a product. Now, you share control with, you need to share control with all your stakeholders. Now, purpose is about taking a stand on what is it that you represent. It has to live within the business, and it is about what you do. It's not about really what you say. Purpose is also an experience, and it has to be woven in everything that you do around your brand. So if you think about all the different touch points that consumers are experiencing you, then you have to weave your purpose in that. And lastly, purpose is plays a very important role in communication. And what you find is that brands will continue to struggle to send their messages past, the filters that consumers have. But having a purpose can help you clarify what message you're sending to consumers. So the question then is, does your brand have a clear purpose? From specifically McDonald's as a brand, we don't have McDonald's here, but in the next slide, thank you. So what we see on this particular slide is that based on the initiatives that McDonald's had around the revamping their experience and the kind of vibe they were creating, then the demand power share was significantly higher than the average demand power share within that particular category. And this basically shows just how one of these aspects, experience, the role that it can play in creating that volume and creating that demand for your consumers. But even as you think about the brand experience, if you go to the next slide. Thank you. It's important to know what kind of experience are you really going to be creating for your consumers. You need to have understood what kind of need they are, because the way you design that experience is going to interact with the consumers at different emotional levels. And what we are seeing on the left are different touch points with which you can make use of or take or exploit to connect with your consumers at an emotional level. And therefore, McDonald's have done this in a very, very successful way, creating a vibe of friendliness, being approachable and open. And that is what they're basically using to connect with their consumers. Now, if we recap, just to bring this to a close, we've talked about the need for having a strong and clear purpose. A strong and clear purpose means that you do not try to be everything to everybody. Have one specific area that you want to engage with your consumers, having understood their needs and what is going to connect with them meaningfully, and define that as your purpose. If your purpose already exists, then find opportunities to amplify and pass that message to consumers. The next one is around innovation. We have seen the power and the evidence that there is that meaningfully different innovation that is responding to the needs of consumers has the potential again to catapult the performance of your brand. Communication, we jumped over this particular section, not that it is not important, but when things are difficult, when situation is tough, that is not the time to skip communication or to reduce your investment in communication. You still need to be visible. Consumers need to be in touch with what is it that you represent. And therefore, do not go dark. Remain consistent, even with budget cuts. Ensure that you're passing a consistent message to your consumers. And then the last thing is around experience. This is your opportunity to strengthen the relationship that you have with consumers and ensure that the experience that consumers have across different touch points is consistent across the board, whether it is online, whether it is with the product itself. For those who are in service, at different touch point of the service, the platforms that we are using, ensure that that experience is also playing back to the purpose that the brand is aiming to communicate. Thank you very much for listening to me.
We will allow Kahiga to take a couple of questions, and in the interest of time, we would ask you to be short and succinct with your questions, and so that we can move to the next person. Thank you. Please tell us your name so that we know you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Wetindi. I'm from Kancha. Mine is not a question, but rather comment. For brands that are around product, around experience, for example, telcos, it's easier to give the customer an experience. But for brands that are product-based, sometimes it's tricky. We live in a world where there's copy pasting in terms of formulations, you know. So sometimes you might struggle with your innovation, but just think about giving the customer an experience with the product. Case in point, if you've seen Fresh Fry, how they do it, they're not trying to give you a new product, but rather just give you an experience with the product. So don't always think about a service to be innovative, or formulation to be innovative. That experience alone can be an innovation in its own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with a question?
I had a question. You mentioned something about the consumer behavior, that they have chosen to spend on essentials, yet there are some brands that grew. Could you maybe tell us some of the industry spaces that grew despite the consumers choosing essentials?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, you know, when your shilling cannot be stretched any further, then you have to know how to prioritize. That's basically what we are seeing from our Kantar World Panel data, that when it comes to what is seen as luxury, even within the consumer essentials, that is basically being played down. A very good example from what we were seeing is the dairy products. Milk is the most widely consumed dairy product here in Kenya. And what does that really mean? It means that in the case of tea, the consumers are not taking tea, or sometimes they decide to take tea without milk, because then they have to prioritize over something else. But also what you saw in that particular, on that particular slide, is that other non-alcoholic drinks, for example, juices and such like, have basically gone up. Why? You know, you are able to take that as an alternative, can last you a little longer. So what we are basically seeing is how consumers are trying to adapt to the difficult circumstances in terms of their spending power, and push what that shilling can basically do for them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kahiga.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Should have been a clap, I think.
We'll make sure we don't forget to clap for the next one. Our next speaker is Barnabas Moya from Ipsos. He will be talking to us again about what is changing in our consumers. What is the impact of the media industry, how it is performing. And one interesting thing about Barnabas is he's a church counselor, right? He takes care of people who are struggling with grief. If any of you need some help, please speak to him. Karibu sana, Barnabas.
Thank you. Good morning. Representing Ipsos, we have a big team. Yes, like everyone has something about economy. And so let me just project, sorry. Yeah, good. All right. So it's about media scene and what is happening in the media space. We usually collect data globally and also locally on various aspects.
Okay. We told
maybe this one would be better for me. So we collect data globally and also locally on media and many other areas. And today we will look at a few of those areas that we cover, especially in their relationship to media and where we are progressing. Firstly, we'll look at the issues around the world, the global inflation, the concerns. We'll talk about the audience habits at a very top line level, how the radio, TV, online, and print are behaving without macroeconomics and the impact on media, and the advertising space as well. Top line view of where the advertising world is, heading. So, what is worrying the world today? An Ipsos tracker that has been running for several years and for many markets were able to look at this, and it continues, and you can be able to see the changes that are happening. Meters, you're talking about inflation, poverty, unemployment, financial and political. Clearly see that the elephant in the room is still, because there was a scare of corona, and as you can see, corona is getting out of the way in terms of a worry, and the world seems to have moved on. We see them experiencing, significant drops. If you think about the yellow bar or the orange bar, that is where you're talking about the significant drops within the various elements. We just picked 10 of the most, consumed areas or categories, and you can see there are some areas that people had to let go so that they can be able to at least survive. In essence, it means people had to let something off in order to push on. But as they let off some of those things, we see food, communication, and financial services are very key. So budgetary allocations for pharmaceuticals and health-related expenses also experienced relative increase. And for the simple reason that when it comes to matters health, again, you will not change the habits. If the doctor has asked you to consume certain drugs, or you are sick, you have to go to hospital. Those are some of the non-negotiable, issues in your life that you must follow through. And that is how then the rest of the things that are not so important when things are tough, falls on the way so that people can support what they must support. And now getting into the media, we want to look at the trends on audience habits, what is happening. And we have two charts here, what we call the daily incidents. Basically, this is an average of how many people have been tracking it from last time, how many people listen to or watch or even access online on a daily basis. And the second chart is about the same, but on a weekly basis. And you can see there's been a very consistent move across the period in at about 3 years. And currently, the latest one being Q4 2023. And we see a drop in radio, even as online sort of, expands its reach, both at the daily level and also at the weekly level. You'll notice that every fourth quarter, there's a trend for radio to dip. So I don't want us to feel that thing that once it comes to Q1, radio will continue dipping, because that is a trend we are seeing. It has that thing of dipping every end of the year. I think the way people get disorganized around festivities and, moving around sort of tends to disrupt the way people consume radio. I would imagine maybe a lot of radio is consumed out of home, and therefore, when there are holidays and a lot of people also tend to be, hanging around home and all that, they tend to incline more to TV and to online platforms. So that is not a threat to radio per se. But again, looking at the long-term trend, you still see there's quite a bit of struggle on that platform as well. Not to mention, of course, print. Over time, you've seen print sort of, struggling. The line below there and magazines, a bit of a struggle there. But I know as they push toward the digital space, this is going to change, a bit. And the same applies to online. When you think about the long-term consumption, you can see TV is still, now leading. It's ahead of radio, it's ahead of online, but almost at the tip of getting to the online space on a weekly incidence level. So TV and online seem to be, catching up. All kudos to maybe the digital expansion and, what is happening around digital space. The explosion around the apps, especially the messaging apps, WhatsApp and Facebook, which are increasingly high. I was looking at the data, trying to compare the channels without looking at the, the outputs. And I found now WhatsApp is the largest single outlet in terms of accessibility, way beyond, the top channels. Used to have TV channels, some top TV channels leading, but now it's WhatsApp and then Facebook very close, and that kind of lining, just telling you that there's high deepening of internet and access to online spaces, even for the population that was previously not able to access this. And this also goes to the time spent on the various platforms. TV, the upwards of 2.5 hours, radio 3 hours, and internet again a lot of time, almost going to 4 hours. This is just based on the people who access each of the medium. So you can see across time, internet is still commanding a lot of time and a lot of access. My take is that you have your phone, because 90% or over 95% of access to internet is actually based on mobile phone. So you have your mobile phone across the day and you keep on popping in few minutes, and over the day, you have acquired enough minutes, to overtake TV. TV essentially being an evening affair. People normally concentrate around news time, at most 2 hours. And you can see, actually, that is what it's telling us. Radio are spread across the morning, and therefore, again, strong, especially in the rural areas, and therefore slightly high in terms of hours. But notice that the actual numbers accessing radio is lower than the other two medium, learning from the previous chart. Progressing on, we want to look at the advertising habits. You notice I've not picked individual channels or outlets, but you have access to that if you wanted to get deeper into, small detailed performance. We have a tracker that normally does that. So advertising, from where we left last time, we still don't see a very good picture. We still see a drop coming all the way from Jan, June. That is when you think about a half-year results, Jan, June, July, December, and even full year. The pattern has been consistently downwards, so that especially for medium like radio, you see a very big drop, over a third of radio expenditure or money spent on radio for advertising purposes dropping in the last 2 years, thinking about 2021, 2022, 2023. So radio is dropping at such a huge rate. I just hope maybe Lenny and the team will be able to advise or to see how we can salvage this situation. And advertisement again comes with the kind of content you expect on radio. If advertisement for radio goes down, you'll of course expect low quality content, because essentially, as you are told, that a lot of money may be moving to digital and not to direct to some of these platforms. It will mean less money to pay the creative people within the media space, and therefore it will spiral down and continue to get worse. But incidentally, print, as low as it is, seems to have found a place of stability across time. It hasn't changed that much as the rest are. So TV remains dominant, but again, you can see the drop even around TV. Now, this now takes us to another scenario of why are they all dropping? And I think the last two speakers have talked about the digital explosion. What is happening around digital? Sorry for that. So when you think about the financial sector, this is just the same advertising data, but now analyzed against categories, looking at the categories that we normally analyze in the expenditure space. We found, like in 2020, and this is at the height of COVID, the things that mattered most were communications and pharmaceuticals. Those were very, very large then. Of course, media was still there because they control the space and they really advertise themselves. As you can see, the very top, there's media. But now looking at the last 3 years, away from COVID, you can see some interesting patterns. And you can see, for instance, the communication sector has really shrunk its, its expenditure in the year 2024, or rather 2023. I was looking at the main player, of course, being Safaricom, and the kind of advertisements they were running, the Tunukiwas and all that. And all of them sort of dropping by large margins within the traditional space. And that has seen that impact. If you look at that yellow chart in 2023, you can see a very huge drop within that. I want to believe a significant portion went to digital, or probably because of the earlier argument that we've had, inflation has not really affected the way people consume data or voice. Then they didn't see the need to really push their space in the media through advertising. So sectors that have had some marked improvement in exposure value in the past 2 years, one of them is personal care, publishing and education, retail, and also transport. They've tried to really push their space and just to, to get into the right place of mind. So essentially, greatest loser in this case is telecoms. I don't, when you think about this in the coming year, I would imagine a similar scenario may play out. So you need to really, brace ourselves to this, unless the dynamics change and maybe they find a reason maybe to come up with new products, new campaigns and all that. So again, that is how we are finding that space playing. Interesting also is that, as again has been mentioned previously, we've been tracking digital, been doing digital monitoring since May last year, and it's live in Kenya and willing to expand to, to East Africa region. We have the digital guy, Dennis, who is handling that. And by the way, if you have any issues around digital monitoring, you can always link up with us after this. Dennis will be happy to support us in this. So the same things that are playing out in the mainstream media are the same products that we see within the digital space. Of course, very strong banking, finance, still very strong. Publishing, media publishing and advertising as expected, and then telecommunications. So you see telecommunications, as much as they have really dropped by about 60% in the traditional space, they seem to have found some ground within the digital space. I don't know whether this calls for fear or how then we need to, to work around it, but it has been previously mentioned that this is likely to be a scenario. And you can see most of the players that we see in the traditional space are also trying to find spaces within the digital area so that the pie keeps on expanding, and many players, claiming their space within that. So that one is available even with details. But yeah, so that is how we are. Digital movement and growth compared to the traditional shrinkage. It is real. We need to know whether how we need to sort of balance that, especially if you're playing within the traditional space. All right. As I progress towards the end, the macroeconomics, again, I have my friend Kush, the senior consultant. We have a division for consultancy at Ipsos called Strategy 3. We can discuss this further. But at the macroeconomic level, we wanted to look at some regional outputs, what is happening at the regional level, and where we find that major currencies across South SSA have depreciated significantly against the USD. If you just look at that chart, you can see that is the West African franc is the only one that has gained against the dollar over the previous year. Everything else is in the negative, including our own economy dropping by 23%. So the issue of inflation then becomes real for us, and those pressures has made the central banks within the region to continue tightening the economy, or rather their policies, to ensure that they are able to manage the issue of the dollar. So we see countries that were able to do this earlier, like Uganda, were able to sort of manage their inflation levels. I think Kenya, we came in, but a little bit late. That is why we found ourselves at that low level. But we are not as bad as a market like Nigeria, where inflation is sitting at 41%, which is quite high. Looking into some small key areas, for instance, the GDP growth, this is specifically for Kenya. I think we are doing well at around 5%. And if you think about the CBK forecast for 2024, they're estimating at around 6%. So somehow things seem to be showing up. Again, when you think about inflation has been bad the whole of 2023. Of course, it was worst around May, June. You can see that space. And you remember the issues around the fuel and how that affected the manufacturing and such sectors and made it very bad. Seems like we are getting a formula around it. It has come down to its normal self, around 7%. And the outlook for 2024, at least for January, it dropped again to 7.5. So we want to believe that that curve will continue going down, probably to zero levels, or will be able to stabilize at some point. So that again is a good show. Inflation was high. I mean the exchange, the dollar exchange to Kenya shilling, of course, is high at 154, dropping 21.3, since the year began. So that is quite a huge one. And then there is the Purchasing Managers Index, the PMI, and you can see again it's plain below 50. When it plays below 50, it tells you that the economy is still struggling. The same aspects around manufacturing, the challenges around production, around purchase of products and all that are playing into this index and sort of making it appear weaker. So it's a survey that is done amongst the purchasing managers to measure those particular metrics. And not good so far, but again, if you look at all these parameters and we look at what we've been hearing the last few weeks from the government, maybe there's a reason, some hope to look up and, estimate that things will get better as we progress. So what would that mean to us then? If we are to think about that, the economic factors, especially in relation to media. So unstable consumer demand, weak external demand, and tight financial controls. So we look at a sort of continued depression, especially around advertising spends. If the economy doesn't show up, of course, advertising spend will not, is not likely to, to grow beyond there. There will be, of course, changes in advertising strategies. And this is what Lenny and Kahiga were talking about, maybe the digital shift spending. And you have seen it, actually, it's happening. Quite some money going into the digital space. There could be issues of media sector consolidation. There's a lot of effects. If you think around the Kenyan media in the last 1 year, the turnaround of, presenters and all things that have been happening, even far afield like South Africa, the national broadcaster, which is very huge there, SABC, really had a rough time last year and they had to lay off people. And it has been hard since the 2016 recession. So it's not like a one country thing and things have to be done. So it's affecting media houses and goes back to what I said. When those things come and affect, the media space, of course, content and quality also gets affected. The currency exchange rates. So there is an aspect of negative impact. When the dollar continues to override our shilling, it then becomes very hard to import stuff. A lot of the gadgets we use in the media space, of course, are exported or rather imported, and therefore it consumes quite some money to get it. But on the positive side, it means if you're dealing with international advertisers, you're likely to get more business because they will be able to get more for less. So if you have that space where you can deal with international advertisers against a weakening shilling, probably you will be able to, to get a better deal in that. So shift in advertising strategies, I think I mentioned this. Many SSA companies are increasingly focusing on digital advertising. So digital advertising is the way to go for many companies that want to cut down their, their traditional budgets, especially around traditional media. If you're not fitting the target properly, they find it easier to just plug into the digital space and maybe get their space there. So that as I finish, again, just to introduce us to the digital ad monitoring, the digital StartX, as I said earlier, started last year, and with an objective of, creating, ensuring multi-platform monitoring to clients. We have experience around it, and it is more to do with the social media and other premium sites that people, cover. And you can feel free to talk to us after this session, or even after we are done through Ipsos. So I think I'm done. Thank you. I hope I haven't spent a lot of time.
Thank you, Barnabas. Clearly, you're also a great salesman because you have really sold us on Ipsos. I think the one thing I would say from that presentation is ignore WhatsApp at your own peril. Clearly, it's the way to go. We will allow just one question in the interest of time. Anybody with a question?
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Faith. I have a question. I know you mentioned about how the economy is playing, and in the recent, we've seen the shilling trying to just survive in the last few weeks. But the last statistics, we were seeing that it was likely to weaken further to around maybe 122 by November. Based on the trends that you're seeing, what can you predict in terms of how the shilling will behave with regards to the dollar?
Kush? All the hard questions on economy? That side.
Yeah, hi everyone, Kush. Speculating currency is very difficult. Last year we were expecting the shilling to close at 180, but we closed at 154. So currency speculation is quite difficult. I wouldn't be able to. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. That was an interesting answer. Is there anyone else with just one more? There you go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Megs. I'm actually from South Africa. I just wanted to ask a question about the drop of radio from a traditional media perspective. Because I know in our country, I think it's a general thing that audio, even though people are not listening to the radio station as a platform, but audio, people are still listening to audio when it comes to podcasts and all those type of things. So how are they able to, did they differentiate that as much as radio has dropped, but how many within that sector, how many people are still listening to audio, so that people don't lose hope and think that the platform has actually lost an audience all in all?
Thank you. I think, yeah, it's true. Radio is still very relevant. As much as there are all those challenges, we know there's a lot of shift. I know for sure, when you think about the niche radio, a lot of it is shifting from the traditional set to online. And we are almost in that process of trying to see how we can pluck out the podcast and the online platforms, because people listen to those stations and to those podcasts from multiple platforms. Yeah, so from a traditional sense, it appears like it's weakening, but it's because we mainly measure the more traditional radio, as it were, the vernacular, commercial, English radio, even shrinking further. because of shifting a lot of, its platforms to digital, and therefore appearing like they may be weakened. So there is that gray area that needs to be, to be researched more, to know where we can, place that, because, people are listening to all that. So yeah, radio is far from dying. In fact, we were working on a paper on how radio is declining, but then we realized, after a lot of research, we realized it's way up. It's not anywhere near its deathbed. In fact, just keeps on surprising us. Multiple channels of, exposure and, broadcasting keeps on coming up.
Okay, Jackie has a question. We'll take one last one and then I hope it's a short one.
No, it's very long. Hi, my name is Jackie. Interesting on the digital shift. I just wonder from a funnel management perspective, do we have any indicative numbers of the return on investment with the digital shift? How much revenue is being generated or are marketers able to report as a result of their digital activity? Is there an indication of that?
Yes, Dennis, want to reply to that? Because for sure we have numbers, but they are based on just the way we calculate the space, the newspaper space and all that. There's a way, Dennis, I think you can put it better than myself.
When you look at the predicts in terms of the numbers, based on the data that we have from May to December, the number has been growing. This is also in line with the impressions or the eyeballs. And currently, based on numbers for the 8 months period, we are looking at 5.9 billion with 79.1 billion impressions. So basically, when we trace it back, we look at major shifters and various players in terms of also categories that are pushing these numbers. So when we look at an overview of everything, how things are going, these numbers are going to change. And we're also looking at how the shift in terms of other medias to digital space, they're going to treat these numbers more. And I think by the first quarter of 2024, we'll have a very indicative figure on the way forward in 2024. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Barnabas. Before we invite the next speaker, I'd like to apologize to our online audience. We seem to have forgotten you. And we'll ask you to ask any questions going forward, and we'll definitely ask our speakers to speak to them when we are ready. Our next speaker is from One Pulse. His name is Francis Gachagua. You heard what I said. His name is Francis Gachagua. And he's going to be talking to us about how we as consumers see campaigns and the role of AI. There are many interesting things about him, but I guess I'll only speak to about two. He sits on a board of a public institution. I guess you'll find out which one from him after. He's also a yogi. Yes, he practices yoga. So karibu sana Bwana Francis.
All right. So thank you very much, Jaco, and sorry for that interruption. So I'll be taking you through the consumer report card. And on the consumer report card, we'll be looking at what you consumers think about the campaigns you ran in the second half of 2023. So this is what I'll be taking you through. AI. There has been a lot of AI over the last couple of months and years. So we'll be looking at what are the consumer perceptions around AI. And more significantly, what's the impact of AI in marketing in Kenya from the consumer's perspective, all right? And then we shall be looking at some key findings on brands and campaigns that ran in the second half of last year. Now, the best part of it, listen to me, the best part of it is the last one. OnePulse have come in back. We are better, we are more diverse, and we have better offerings for you. Last year when we came, we had under 10,000 consumers in this country. Today, we have over 1 million. Over 1 million consumers that you can reach, that you can engage directly, instantly, anytime, day or night. Beyond that, we still have Sub-Saharan Africa, and there are still more services that I'll be talking to you about. Let me not burst the thunder now. Good. So these are some of the key objectives that we wanted to accomplish. The first one is evaluate consumer awareness and perception of AI. And I know this is going to be an interesting subject for you, both as brand owners and also as agencies, some of which have been conducting your latest creatives through AI. Then we look at the extent to which consumers can differentiate between AI-generated content and the traditional content. Don't you want to know that? All right. And then we look at the brand campaigns, which were most memorable, again, during the second half. And then we shall find out which mediums have the biggest impact in terms of visibility and recall. Fantastic. So this is just a very quick disclaimer on the demographics that we used. Total universe 600, 40-60 in favor of female, and audiences are split across all the counties. And as you can see, we went across all income earning brackets from 10,000 to above 100,000, and most of the consumers below the age of 35, which reflects the national population census that was conducted 2 years ago. Now, promise me one thing. I want this session to be very engaging. I want it to be very engaging because I'll be showing you images and campaigns that have been running on your faces. And I would like to get your feedback on this. Look at those ads. Can you have that screen working, please? There are some people who are seriously disadvantaged. Okay, can you see the screen? All right. The question here is, who can tell which of those two ads is generated on AI? Now, listen. I don't want anybody from the agency, so Raj, Lenny, anybody else from the agency? Yes, please keep quiet. I don't want you to talk. If you work for any of those two brands, please also keep quiet. We want a genuine observation here. And there is a price to it, all right? There's a price to it. Okay, so let's go. Which of these two ads is AI generated? You've seen those ads, come on. Yes, you want to try? You are sure of A? So how about the other one? Okay, I want an answer because you'll be placed against somebody else. Both. Okay, who says both? Who says one or the other? All right, Tekla, you have a t-shirt or something else? Please give it to her. She's right. Both those ads are AI generated. Let's move on. Who can tell? Which of those ads is AI generated? Come on, guys, talk, breathe. None? And again, from an agency, please, mnyamaze, tafadhali. If you work for Telcom or at Peptime, please just shut up. So let's go again. Who? Which one? Sorry? None. Okay, who else says none? Okay, who has a different opinion? Declan, to him. None of those. None of those. None of those is AI generated. Let's move on. Good. How about this? Yes. At the end, they played yes. They're both real, meaning human content. Okay. Somebody with a different opinion? Yes. B is AI. Somebody else? Somebody else? Come on, guys. We promise to be engaging, and isn't this exciting? What did we say? Anybody else before I move on? I have a time limit, so I don't want to hog all the airtime. Now, you are both wrong. You're both wrong. This is real. Are we together? Are we together? Okay, let's move on. Now, what's the impact of AI on marketing? How do your consumers perceive the ads that you put across to them last year? Now, this is what we found out. We asked the question, can you remove the toolbar at the end, at the top? There's a question there I would have liked them to see. So what we asked is, which of these ads do you think are AI generated? And you can see all these are AI generated ads. But look at the percentages of consumers who thought they were AI generated. A lot of people still can't tell. Over 60% still think the AI ads are human generated or the traditional format. Apart from, of course, that one for Broadways, which I think most of you are easy to tell of, and it's because it looks a little bit cartoonish. Do you see that? Good. Now, these figures at the bottom have a deeper meaning. We asked the question, how are those ads relatable? Are they relatable to you? And you can see the level of relatability, 30, 37, 41. This makes an average of 37%. Just keep that figure in mind. Let's go to the second slide. These ads are not AI generated, they are human generated. But we ask the same question. Which of these ads do you think are AI generated? Again, you can see very high prevalence from the consumer's perspective, thinking that these ads are human content generated from the human creativity. But look at relatability. 34%, 25%, 25%, 22%. This makes an average of about 31. Now, do you remember the figure I asked you to keep in mind on the previous slide? 37%. So the 37% is the rating from the consumers on the relatability of those ads which are AI generated. And I think tech experts tell us that AI uses advanced algorithms that coagulate different data sets. And that is probably what makes them that much attractive or that much relatable. Can I move on? Good. So this was a question. Have you seen any AI generated ads over the past 6 months? 74% said yes. And these are the ads that they brought out. Safaricom, Facebook, Amazon. And why do you see this? Why do you think we have this? The Amazons, the Google, the Alibaba. Is because a lot of your consumers are taking up internet content. That's the only place you engage with Alibaba, with Amazon, with IBM, Facebook, and the others. Okay? Let's carry on. Now, we talked about engagement. I want to hear from you. Where is your focus strongly drawn on this creative? And please, tuongee tu. Let's talk. It's about me and you, yeah? It's about me and you. Where is your focus strongly drawn on this ad? Please, let's have, yes, thank you. The child, the whole child, part of the child, the face of the child. Okay, so her attention is drawn on the child. Who else? Yes. Her eyes. Ah, good. Her eyes. So again, we are focusing on the child, the face. He has talked about her eyes. Anyone else? Can I hear from the Susan's table? Yeah, who else? Please, can I hear from you? The child's face. Something else? Yes, from this table, please. Any one of you? Ombua? The smile of who? The child. Okay. Now, we have algorithms. We have a service that tells the impact of the creatives that you use. You are making creative on social media, on billboards, on packaging, and we are able to tell what resonates with your consumers. Take a look at this. This is a heat map. Now, this heat map tells you which areas your consumers focused on. Now, where do they focus? They focus on the face of the child when you talk about the smile, on the product, and the face of the mother. All right? Can you see something else? There's a small heat map there on the branding on the top right corner. So if you want to know the effectiveness of the creatives that you produce, whether you are hitting the right buttons as far as your consumers are concerned, these are services that we give. These are the feedback that we got from the clients, from the consumers. I like the smiles. I love the smiles. I smile back at the little girl's pretty smile. And on and on and on. The girl looks appealing, nothing can go wrong, and brilliant. Okay? So remember the question I asked earlier? What do you like? What do you dislike? Would anybody like to try that? Is there anything particularly you don't like about this creative? Yes, can I hear that? Who is that? Yes, talk. Are you talking about the logo? The super brand's logo. Ah, it conflicts with the main brand. Ah, okay. Somebody else? Tekla, t-shirt for her, please. Yes. Anyone else? Any other area that you don't like? Now let me go to the corner. You had your chance. Yes. Yes, Tekla, muone kando. Good, yes. They look like they're just posing. Okay, now let's see what your consumers told us about that particular metric. So our heat map went back to the same smile that you guys picked up earlier. Why is that? Because they say the child's smile looks fake. The reason why we gave that t-shirt to that lady is because of the product. And what stood out for the product is because substantially it's wrapped in a plastic paper. So your consumers are sustainability conscious. They don't like it. The other thing they told us about that is that they associate Superloaf with bread, not with queen cakes. Yeah? Yes. So very interesting aspects there. Let's carry on. Okay. Back to the drill. And I have one slide that is not moving. I don't know why. So where is your focus again strongly drawn on this particular commercial? Now let's make it sweeter. You know the drill. Si mnajua maswali. Tuendelee. Sorry, on the product. Okay. So the product in the glass or the product in the package? On the package. Aha. Did we give you something? We gave you a t-shirt earlier? We didn't. Okay, I have one for you. Good. Ndugu. Hii kitu ina dedi. Pause. Can you please power this machine? The batteries are coming down. Okay, so anybody else wants to try before we go to the heat map? Now, this is where your consumer's attention is drawn. Anybody from Peptang? Nobody from Peptang here. Okay. Now, you can see very high concentration on the product. That's why you add a t-shirt. And you can see the girl's smile, the jewels in the girl's hand, and the jewels on the mom's hand, and again, the smile. That's where the most attention went. And when we asked what they don't like about this particular ad, again, look at that. So ad agencies, please watch out for this. Brand owners, please watch out for this. You put ads out there without knowing the impact of how consumers interpret what it is that you're showing them. That girl's face, you can see what they said about it. The kid seems not to like the Jews. Relatability. Yeah? The mom is supposed to be smiling. Mom and kid don't look too excited. Yeah? So you can see the consumers are able to note the discordant communication that you are putting out to them. All right? Yet the packaging, the branding, superb, very good. Okay, so how many of you have products on the shelves? Anybody from an FMCG? You put products on the shelves? None of you. Yeah, which brand? Be proud, come on. Changamka, yes? Which one? ABL, okay, fantastic. Anyone else? Now, if your products are on the shelves anywhere, we would be able to tell you whether you are optimally placed on the shelves in terms of catching the consumer eye is concerned and communicating with the consumer is concerned. So we can use the same technology on the creatives to be able to give you the impact of your shelf placement, and therefore you can be able to optimize your placing. And of course, that also happens to your packaging and branding. Now, let's move on. Influencers. I know this is going to be an interesting topic for most of you. So this is a question we asked. Which brand have you seen your favorite influencer promoting? And I don't think that's a surprise, is it? Is it? Not a big surprise. Airtel comes out prominently on the word cloud, followed by Safaricom, Fanta, Orchid Valley, and the others. Yes, something I need to hear? Okay, let's move on. So when we ask consumers, which brand have you seen your favorite? No. What stood out for consumers in influencer campaigns? Candy came up as the ad because of our campaign on Fanta, and of course, Awinja. You remember that Naivas ad where she's, flying off? Yes, those who are prominently mentioned by your clients, by your consumers. Now, ABL, here we come. Before I come to this slide, let me ask you a question. If you choose to travel somewhere, say you want to go to Dubai or you want to go to Uganda or to Eldoret, how do you choose where to stay? How do you choose? Online. So when you go online, what do you do? What do you search for? Reviews. Reviews from who? From consumers, right? Keep that in mind. Now, this is communication that is going on online from EABL's consumers on Task and Demo. It is something which is totally organic. It has got nothing to do with Diageo or with EABL. They are talking on their own. What are they saying? I love my Task and Demo when it is cold. I want my friends to consume this brand. And they are talking and talking. And these are just a few screenshots that we got. Now I go back. How is it if your consumers promote your brands for you? Wouldn't it be good? Wouldn't it be good? If your consumers are promoting your products for you. After all, when you go on TripAdvisor, you are relying on other consumers' experiences. True or false? Yes. So other consumers' experiences convert you to make the choices they did. Now we have a platform that does exactly that. It uses your own consumers to become brand evangelists. They do grassroots marketing for you. They do it without any inhibitions. All you do, you may just guide the content. Please, if this sounds good for you, we'll be happy to talk to you later. Now let's take a look at TV ads. I'll be a bit quicker on this side. So the question was thinking of the last 6 months, which brand has had the most memorable ads on TV? And you can see Safaricom. Again, you see your Alibaba's, Google's, Nike's, and it tells you that, again, a lot of content being consumed over the internet. But look at some interesting entrants here. Karatasi. Karatasi, the one that we know, yeah? Books. So it tells you they are now non-traditional players who are coming up, which is good for the brand vibrancy. So when we asked what stood out, the new Broadway sliced bread. Have you seen this Mkate Pointy? Yeah? You've seen Mkate Pointy? And we are collecting information on that. We'll be telling you about it later. Not on this particular forum, but it's something that is definitely eliciting a lot of interest. Yes, and then the creativity and fun of Fanta and the Airtel bundle packages. We go now to the billboards. Take a quick look at that. Which brand had had the most memorable billboard ads over the last 6 months, second half of last year? So Airtel and Safaricom came up quite strongly on this word cloud. And then there is, of course, Orchid Valley. We have Nice and Lovely. I think they've been there for quite a while. Blue Band, Brookside, with the probiotics. Excuse me. With the probiotic ads, which I'm sure most of you could have come across. So when we asked what stood out for you on the billboards, Joy Candy, the Galaxy Fold image, oh my gosh, those pictures are supposed to be loading. I think the internet must have gone low. We've been doing so well so far. Oh, okay. This one was there, now it's back. Okay, yeah, so Candy came up because of her campaigns on Vaseline, and then the Galaxy Fold. And then, have you seen this ad? Huh? Yeah, Superloaf took this. It was this young child running with a chicken. They put bread on her plate. Very interesting. And then, of course, there's Genia. I mean, there's Uncover on that bottom slide there. So, now we migrate. Where is this? Mnajua ni wapi? Would you tell? Where is this? This is Nairobi, by the way. Not my shags. Where do you think this is? Embakasi. Is that who is talking? Wanjiko. Wanjiko says Embakasi. Anyone else? Syokimau. Huh? Syokimau. Wow, wow, wow. Tekla, this gentleman. What's your name?
Lumumba. I work at Newmark Group. Newmark Group.
Newmark Group. What do you do? Oh, fantastic. So he has gotten it right. That's Syokimau. How many of you sell brands, your products in Syokimau? Who sells their products in Syokimau? Ala. YBL, even you muzangi huko. So ukweli. Now, do you know the population of Syokimau? Do you know how many male, how many female live in Syokimau? Would you like to know the education levels? Does it matter to your brands? Would you like to know what media they consume? Would you like to know whether they have smartphones or not? Would you like to know whether they've got university degrees or not? And by the way, when I talk about Syokimau, I'm talking about Kakamega, talking about Kilifi, I'm talking about Nyeri, I'm talking about any portion on this planet. Now, our softwares, geomapping, spatial softwares, can be able to extract all that information for you. So if you want to know the macros of small ecosystems, we can be able to get you that information. You can be able now to determine the market potentials that will inform your sales and marketing, and of course, give you a better instrument when you're making your decisions. So these are just some of the metrics at the bottom right. 51% are male, 24% who live in Syokimau have university degrees, 90% have smartphones, 31% and below 15,000, 58% consume alcohol. Andika. Andika hiyo. Screenshot. Yes, 58% in Syokimau consume alcohol. So does that translate to your volumes? So this is just a summary of the kind of data that we can provide for you. I've mentioned a bit of it. So in terms of age splits, you can see 25 to 34, they're about 9,000, 35 to 44, they're about 6,000, and the metrics go up and up like that. All right, so let's move on. I think we are just getting to the end of this. YBL. Are you there? Taskandimu. These are innovations, some innovations that came up over the last 1 year, maybe slightly more. We've seen Taskandimu. We've seen Broadways coming up with Mkate Pointy, Probiotic, Brookside, and of course, we've seen Dawa from Pepton. Taking you back just a little bit, in 2019, 2020, and please prove me wrong if you may, vodka was much stronger in this market consumption. Then gene wave came. Am I right? The gene wave came, it cannibalized on the vodka market. We all know that. Sinukweli? Okay, what is happening now? What is happening now is that the ciders are coming up. True or false? Ciders are coming up, but they are not on their own. Cocktails are also coming up. Okay? Now, who knows how this trend is going to shape up by December this year? Who knows how this trend is going to shape up next year? When you do your innovations, what guides you? What guides you? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm leading you. We have a tool that predicts consumer trends. You now do not have to go through it blindfolded. No, this is a journey we can help you take. So you'd be able to see what is likely to happen next when it comes to breakfast cereals or your bread or your drinks or whatever it is. So that was just to take that point home. I have actually come to the end of my presentation. So these are just some quick takeaways. Okay, now that slide has gone off, so let's look here. Yes, so as we have seen, AI is an integral player in the marketing field, and I think this is just going to become more and more pronounced as we move along. New technologies are now at your disposal to help you shape your marketing strategies, to be more consumer-centric. I talked about heat mapping that will help your creatives, your packaging, your shelf placements, etc. And of course, brand advocacy. Remember, I talked about using your consumers the same way you use TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor learned about this a long time ago. FMCGs and us have been taken back. Now is the time to take up this space. And of course, I talked about geomapping to give you a better understanding of your consumers at both macro and micro levels. And then trend forecasting, we want you to know your tomorrow today so that you can prepare and start taking decisions that will align you to your future. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. At One Pulse Kenya, we are building future brands, future-ready brands through insight-powered solutions. And I just have like to take, if you can take a screenshot if you want any of these things that resonate with you, I will be more than happy to hear from you. And with that, I really want to thank you very much for your engagement and listening to me. Asanteni sana. Jipigeni makofi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Technology is really failing us today. Francis, another great salesman. I feel like you could also be a teacher. Like he's very good at engaging the crowd, right? Well, now in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that if anyone has a question, to leave them to the end when we're having the panel discussion. I believe all our ladies are here. So, so that we can save on time, I will ask Maurice, our next presenter, to get ready. And Maurice is going to be talking to us about the digital space. He's going to talk to us about gadgets and demographics. And interestingly, something called cookies. There's a cookie situation going on, and he will be expounding more on that. So would you like to know something interesting about Maurice? Maurice is a techie. He builds things, but he's also a gamer. He plays Call of Duty. And if you play that, he says you go and see him for his name, his handle. Then maybe you can play him after that. Okay, Maurice, karibu sana.
Hi, guys. Probably as you wait, my name is Maurice, and I'm the CEO at MediaPal. And what we do at MediaPal basically is innovate how brands communicate to online audiences. And we leverage on what we call programmatic technology. And by this, probably break it down into layman terms, is we're able to access audiences online, wherever they're browsing, probably at their convenience, of course, respecting their privacy. And yeah, so as they browse, we're able to talk to them, be it on whichever publisher or website that has access to advertising. We're able to get that access as well. So probably, as she mentioned, I'll be just speaking about what's our position with the cookie situation. We were here last, I think we did the half-year review as well, and I came here with a lot of jargon. And well, I'm here again. Yeah. I'll try break it down actually, so at least everyone is able to understand what's going on, so that at least we're on the same page. Yeah, I'll be talking about cookies. I'll be talking about data. I'll be talking about I'll be talking about a little bit of AI and how it's impacting advertising, how it's impacting data as well. So yeah, so hope it's boring, but you'll enjoy. I was about to also ask, do you think that's AI or it's real? I don't have a t-shirt though. So anyway, I'll just jump straight into it. And this is just us pulling out this data and giving you the previous position and the kind of inventory that we're able to pull from our systems on what we are seeing from the half year to the end of 2023. And you could see that in Kenya, we're able to pull around 10,000 plus apps and publishers or websites. Globally, we have access to around 3 million plus. So at any given time, you're able to reach an audience wherever they are and spending most times, because we're able to tell where they engage the most. Impressions currently stand at 7.75 billion that we have access to. Of course, mobile is still at 94%. I'm not sure why the PDF is distorted. But anyway, devices, mobile still holds a chunk of it, 94%, desktop at 5%, and the rest of the channels, probably CTV, probably the tablets, and the rest are under 1%, but still growing. Our unique reach currently stands at 29.2 million users. You can see, you can compare from where we were at half year and where we're at, probably from 6.7 billion impressions, growth to 7.7 billion. This all is in 6 months. Same to the users online, from 20 million, 20.8 million to 29.2 million. Probably this is, what causes this probably would be more people buying new devices, and also probably internet penetration growing, and also most people just converting to smartphones. And yeah, so when you compare the two, you can actually now see the growth. And I believe now, if we enter, probably we pull data now, you'll find that numbers have gone up again. And then now I would also just want to take you through the audience discovery. What's the demographics of our audiences of the 29 plus million? Yeah. So again, comparing the full year and half year as well. So the gender still stands at 57%. This is at the end of 2023, female 32%, unknown is 11%. We also run the check, but the gender, actually the female are more than male, but we don't understand when you come online, male are still more. I guess also it's because men also own more devices. So when you compare this, you can also see the growth between half year and end of the year. You can also compare the growth, the age group, 25 to 34 is 34%. When you compare to half year, 35 to 44, 30%. Yeah, so you can see the numbers have also grown. So ideally also now when you look at now, this number grows very, very, very rapidly. If you go again today and we pull this data, you'll see the numbers have gone up. So ideally also you can always just reach out, we're able to pull this data and share with you. Maybe if you're working on some numbers and you want to have an idea of a campaign or something you're working on. And then now jumping into cookies. Yeah, it's been an ongoing conversation for such a long, long time. And probably, I don't know, do we all know cookies apart from the one you click when logging into a site? So ideally cookies is very important to both the advertisers, even the users. Yeah. So ideally, it's just a text file that a website that you're accessing sends to the browser. Yeah. And this helps now the website probably to remember probably your login details. If probably you are accessing it and you change your language, it will remember everything about what your session was all about. So basically it boosts the experience. We call that first party cookies. Then we also have third party cookies where we thrive in. So companies, let's say like MediaPal, will put third party cookies on the same publisher, probably accessing, you're reading news, you're playing games and doing all those things. This third party cookies allows us to access advertising, the advertising information for user information that we can use to basically tailor our ads to be more to be preferred by the end user. So this is what is being removed because of course there's privacy concerns that have come into play. And yeah, it's been an ongoing conversation for such a long time. So Google have started since they own Chrome, which is the biggest browser, which currently I think owns 60% of the market share. And Chrome now, as at January this year, already removed like 1% of cookies globally. And they look at removing this by mid this year to have removed all cookies. Of course, now you can see from there that it's already impacting 30 million users online. Yeah, these are users now who we can't track or probably tell much more about through the cookies. Of course, there's always other ways to target users as well. So if this is gone, now we're just mentioning now, okay, what are the top data strategies after cookie shutdown? I discussed majority of these probably on half year, and I would just like to touch on this as well, on how do we proceed after this is gone, yeah? So, of course, we have contextual targeting, which ideally now is us being able to reach out to the users online, advertising to them based on the context of what they're seeing online or what they're reading online. So we're able to basically use that, maybe keywords if they're reading about, it's a car website, reading about all those things. In that context, you're able to advertise and push an ad based on the context they're reading. This would work both ways. Ideally, if it's probably they're reading about, let's say, it's a Mercedes advertising, you can share a competitor's ad as well, or you can just do your own ad as well. Then we have publisher ID. So since publishers who are actually relying on browsers to do this through cookies, to collect this data through cookies. So most publishers now are doing this directly to have their own ID. Since cookies won't be there anymore, they'll be asking you to access this data. What's your age? What's your email and all that data. So they want to have their own ID, so that they're able also now to work with advertisers, so that they're able now to help in this journey of accessing users and serving targeted ads. But at the same time, once you have more advertisers advertising, of course, now for the publisher, it means more revenue on their side. Then we have what we call also universal ID. So companies like ours, like MediaPal and other programmatic providers globally have come together and we're saying, okay, since Google is removing these cookies, and this is how we communicate with our end users. This is how we collect some of this data. It's one of the data points that we collect this data. How are we going to survive after this? Because what we ideally used to do is you will come with, let's say, MediaPal will collect some data. There's only one cookie, probably cookie provider at a go in any website. Yeah, apart from the first party, the third party, you can only have one. So we used to work, anyone who has a website, we do what we call cookie syncs across all these publishers to allow us have one connect to all these data. So we can track how users are moving across different sites. So all programmatic partners have come together and say, okay, let's create something called a universal ID that combines everyone from any data sets. And now the universal ID will help people like us, yeah, or people like MediaPal to be able to reach users directly. And then we have, of course, what we call Google Topics. Of course, Google is deleting these cookies and they're also trying to bring a solution to it. And probably just to touch on this ideally is just Google looking at the topics, again, also that you're searching for online, you're reading online, and just bringing it together and using that to target you as an end user. Yeah, so they'll know, okay, what have you been up to, what you're looking at, where you're traveling to online, and then they used all those topics both together and they're able to reach you. And then there's also first-party data, which also builds up to the core of my presentation. So this is first-party data also from the last half-year review. We slightly touched on it, and we're seeing brands also now getting cautious of these cookies going away, how will you reach your end user? Because again, when Google removes this and it's gone, how do you ensure that you're able to reach your users perfectly, yeah, to precision? So ideally, first-party data is the data that a brand, let's say a bank, will collect, and from their website or from their apps or any data point in that institution, you're able to have your name, you're able to have a phone number, basically everything, your spend, lifetime value, and all these things, your device, all of that, they have that, yeah? So to see the multi-channel and add the data to that, you can segment now the data now, and then you can predict, yeah? So once you have this data about Jane, you have everything and it's all cleaned out, you're able to do something called data activation. So you're able to activate Jane through all these channels, whether email, whether SMS, whether social, whether direct email, web, or more. So there are very many platforms that you can use to activate. So you'll be there, probably you're seated, you're like, okay, how is this data to accurate? And that's why we start asking ourselves, are these guys probably just cough now before you know it, when you step out there, there's a cough syrup on your phone. So this now also is powered by AI. Now we're seeing predictive analysis on this, and majority of the times it started being too good, and which builds also to my next slide. Talking about artificial intelligence also in the advertising space. Yeah, I think we say there as a decision-making model that combines the power of AI and human judgment. So we already have the big data, which we're already collecting through the first-party data. And then we have the AI, artificial intelligence. So we layer this as a stack on top of the big data. And then we look at all possible actions that might come of all these scenarios, but that when you have a big data and AI, yeah. So of course, this is now machines doing their thing. And of course, there's human judgment still based to allowing you to make the best business decisions based on the results from the machine. You can also just plug in other information that might be not AI related, or probably if there's some things happening that are not probably on your data sets on the AI first party data side of things, you're able to just plug in there. Then you have your position. So basically, we call it also your campaign copilot that ensures that you don't make any mistakes. So I was talking about the first party data. Then I'm just introducing the element of AI in this first party data, which now talks about once you have this data and it's collected and it's cleaned up. Yeah, that's why we're saying there that the AI has to be, your data has to be AI ready, because you can't just have data everywhere. Then you assume that, okay, this data, once you layer AI on top of it, it's going to give you the results that you're looking for. So it has to be cleaned up. It has to be structured in some type of way. Then you already had Jane and you had all those things, and probably you have all your customers together. You know them as if you know them individually. Then of course, now you layer now the generative aspect of AI on top of it. And you're able now to just pull this, because you're able just to, the same way you use ChatGPT, that's the same thing that is layered on your data, and you're able just to trigger it using a prompt, using words. For example, here, you can give a prompt saying, create an audience of customers that are most likely to churn in the next 30 days. And the AI goes across your data and brings you that audience, puts it together as a customer group, and you're launching an ad, and you trigger them with a 10% off. Yeah, so those are some of the things now, once you have this first party data, and then you have the customer data platform layered on top of it, you're able to pull. And then now on to the next would be the predictive AI. So we're now, again, on the customer data platform. You're able to pull this, probably today, this is a churn, tomorrow you have another request, you're able to pull that and serve specific ads to them, or probably incentives to them. There's also predictive element. Like now you're able to see high likelihood to purchase shoes. So the AI pulls it, and then once it pulls it, you're able to send now requests. So now in this case, there's a promo code about through an email. Again, that's the activation element where you can activate through any means you feel like what would work, or how your audience, what your audience engage with. Then now also just now talking about AI also generally now in advertising. Yeah, because I think, as you always say, I think the AI, once embraced, allows you to make one less mistake that you would have made probably running your campaigns. And we talk about the real-time bidding. Ideally, I think right now, the explosion in AI has just been taken to another level because I think of the new ChatGPT kind of AIs, but AI has always been there. We use AI to serve ads. That's how MediaPaul's backend, the machines are able to talk to publishers up there and bid on that inventory without talking to anyone and know this is the right audience doing this type of activity on this publisher, and we serve them an ad targeted to them. So AI has always been there. It's an entire AI tool. Targeted advertising and personalization. Of course, AI, once this is layered, as I was showing you on the other slide, AI can just go pull your history of your customer audiences and customer groups, and now tell you, okay, these are the guys based on the campaign you're looking at and the campaigns you've been running. This is how you can serve these ads so that you already know there's no trial and error. You already know these are the guys we're looking at. And probably if you want some type of, you can build audiences, and then also you can look at probably lookalike audiences to reach more users that you'd want to convert also for your business. Optimization of ad spend as well. When you're running campaigns, AI is also will tell you, okay, you move money from here to here, because this campaign is not working at optimum. You can move money to these platforms that are actually converting as well. Customer insights and segmentations, this also you're able to pull these, you're able to get various insights on your demographics, basically everything. But also all this narrows down to the data that we're collecting. At MediaPaul, of course, this is our core business. We're ready to pull this from our third-party data. You do anything online through the cookies, you're able to collect your device, you're able to see where you're moving to, you're able to see your age, gender, basically everything about that device. And that's how we package that data to be able to serve you as a public good and layer also things like AI on top of it. What we're not allowed to do because of GDPR that we subscribe to as well is to be able to link that device, its activity, or probably phone number and the name of the user. We're not allowed to go beyond, because that now becomes a privacy risk. So AI basically on the MediaPaul platform, we have AI. We cover this, but also we advise that, okay, for you to have a more efficient platform like MediaPaul that serves you third-party data, it's good to also have first-party data so that you're able to link the first and third-party data together so that you have effective campaigns. Then aside from AI, I'll just jump into probably some of the channels at MediaPaul. Last time I also talked about all this. Of course, these are the main channels in digital: display, video, native, mobile, CTV, connected TV, audio, and digital out of home. For the sake of this probably presentation, I'll touch on connected TV because that's where we've seen an immense growth. Yeah. So last time we were here, the data, probably before I proceed, some of these channels are there in case anyone is interested. We can always just pull data and give you the analytics on this and the data we have in Kenya and beyond. So connected TV, we've seen a huge growth. And currently we're looking at access to 1 million devices. And these are the original equipment manufacturers. So you'll find someone like LG, someone like Hisense having their inventory. And probably a majority of the guys I've never noticed, but it's because we were not utilizing this inventory. That's why you're not seeing ads on this inventory. But there are always these slots probably on your TV, just probably serving ads, talking about their apps or in their ecosystem, but we're not tapped by brands. So with the growth of the numbers, now we're able to get from the OEMs, which are the manufacturers, we're seeing 1 million devices. Monthly impressions, we have 7 million. I think the last time we were talking about this in our half-year review, we were, I think, around 50,000 only. So this is a huge, huge, huge growth. And of course, from the TV perspective also, you're able to do your targeting. The same way you do your digital, you're able to serve these ads based on age, family users, IPs, TV sizes. So I think we have some clients running campaigns also based on, they're saying, okay, we want to target this high net worth individual. So there's some structuring done there. We're seeing, okay, which sizes are these? Do these guys have in the house? Which models are these? The prices of this TV. So you're able to now just tailor this for the campaign. Of course, nationality also you'll be able to tell through this in partnership with the manufacturers. You can know which language these guys are using on the TV, which means you can already tell their nationalities as well. Then also, this is just now also explaining now, showing you that, okay, brands are already taking this up. Since the numbers have grown, this is a campaign run by Safaricom about feels good to be home. I think it was a Wi-Fi campaign with the data. And this actually perfectly worked for this connected TV. It actually feels so native to a level where you might not even notice it an advert. So you're able to see this, and you'll be seeing more of these campaigns on your TVs as well. Yeah, so on to the next thing now would be talking about the creative elements, of course, that we've seen grow. And probably this is not too visible. And it's something we've seen brands tying down all creative elements based on opinions. Yeah, and we just wanted to show on how do all the campaigns we run, how do they work with a touch of opinion perspective to it. And you can see this is an e-commerce ad. Yeah, of course, seeing the e-commerce ads that you can run. And then also now, just how does it work different when you have the opinion touch to it? You can see this ad telling you what product is your skin lacking. Then once you answer this, we're able to serve you now these ads and just propose for all those segments, we're able to propose to you the specific brands. Yeah. So of course, now we're able to collect this data. This is also one ways where we collect some first party data from the end user, and we're able to relay this to the brand. So we're able to serve ads based on this. And the efficiency on this actually leads to very high conversions. So already there's an intent to it from the user side. And then this is another one called opinion dynamic ads. So instead of just running an ad, you can start by asking, who are you buying shoes for? Then you can see from the women's side, we have a different directive. This is the side men as well. So these flows ideally allow you also to understand the user. Instead of just serving an ad, there's an opinion touch to it where you ask the users some type of question, then there's a response to it. And then also based on market research, if you want to probably just get some feedback from the user in Kenya, let's say, or another market, we're able to still run the ads and get this feedback. What is your skin type? Or it can be any question, or probably you want to just, it's a brand launching in a new market. You're able to serve these ads and get feedback. Of course, you're able to target and narrow this down based on age, gender. So what information you'll be getting will be to precision. So these are just, these will allow you to get research from specific demographics. Then also we have these poll ads as well, based on people's opinion. So you're able to do all these polls, again, targeted to precision based on specific audiences. And then we're able to get this back, and you're able to now basically build your first party data. And then of course, now also we have opinion ads based on conversational ads. So these are ads that are your normal ad, but we've used that real estate and added a bot to it so that your users are able to basically chat, probably give feedback. So we'll be asking them various questions, and then they're able to, we give them some choices that we're able to get back. So this allows us now to be able to get a lot of feedback. So this is just like a conversation on the ad, but at the end of the day, now it's a conversation, it's an ad, then you're able to collect some first party data also attached to it. So we've run various campaigns on this, and there's various case studies on this as well that we can share with you guys, so that at least you can know how, if this brand ran this is the feedback, this is the research, these are the where people are getting the drop-offs. Yeah. So this is a full survey tool as well. Yeah, and then of course there's opinion rating ads as well. You're able to ask guys specific for this campaign. You're able to ask guys, okay, what's the feel? What do you guys think as well? If you don't want to use a lot of words attached to it. And yeah, that's us in a long nutshell.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I've learned there are many types of ads. I didn't even know there are that many. Again, in the interest of time, we would request that you allow us to keep the questions to the end during the panels. Our presenters are still here so that we can save time. We have a hard stop of about 12:30. So please let us continue and move on. Thank you. Thank you. As we are setting up the next presenter, our online audience, please, we have not forgotten you. We're still receiving questions from you. And what we will do is we will ask that you write them to us and we'll ask them at the end of this presentation session. So our next speaker is Frank Kabu. He's from the Digital Monkeys. And as they're setting up, I will tell you interesting things about Frank. He will be talking to us about basically just building up on the digital landscape, but also opportunities for the future, right? What is 2024 looking like? So what do you want to know about Frank? He's a runner, right? And don't take him to the coast. He has hydrophobia and he can't swim. Am I right? Yeah, karibu sana.
Thank you, thank you. So I'm really honored to be part of this conversation. I'm in a room full of giants. So this is that first step, and I really appreciate for this engagement. So today I'll just take you through a bit of a digital landscape, looking back at data for 2022, 2023, see what shifts have been changed. So we look at the population versus active social IDs growth. We look at devices, internet access, accessing online information, social media usage, a bit of advertising overview and emerging trends. So in a bit of a summary of who we are, the Digital Monkeys is an advertising agency. We do creative and digital work. So this is some of the services we offer: creative, digital, brand, merchandise, websites, and systems development. And we have a wide pool of clients. In regards to some of the key things from a data point on my side, so these are my data points. So I listened to about 2,000 artists last year. I do participate in a couple of runs. I'm a petrol head and I'm a gamer. So, and I have phobia of water. So just some interesting facts about my data. But principally what has brought us here is just looking at an understanding of what has shifted or what are the opportunities for digital with the numbers that we have. So in regards to internet users versus the population, we are seeing there is a stability, a stable incline in terms of people getting access to internet. And if you compare that data to the people who are accessing or the people who are active users, quite a significant change in terms of how many social IDs that are there. So coming from 10.55 million social IDs to 13.05 million social IDs. Critically to note would be, even from a population point of view, we are evenly split. So from census data, but now in the digital realm, it's more male skewed. So there are more male social IDs. So that means 56.8% more male-driven social IDs as opposed to 43.2%. And then in terms of the potential, just from looking at these IDs represents an age group of 18 and above, so 18 plus. So in terms of the potential for these social IDs, we're looking at about 29.6% between ages of 18 to 34. I was recently told I've been decommissioned from AGPO. AGPO takes till 35, so decommissioned there. Then there's 18 to 18% between 34 to 54 and 7.2% between ages 54 plus. Then in regards to devices, internet access, so quite a trend that Maurice has picked up. So mobile is still king. CTV is picking over tablet devices. How many here have connected devices, smart TVs, Fire Sticks? How many of us are in that pool? So quite a significant rise in that. And then in regards to traffic contribution from these devices, so mobile still dominates, followed by desktop. And then in regards to dominant browsers, we're looking at Chrome and Opera Mini. Then in regards to websites and apps visited in 2024, have a disclaimer in terms of this data. Adult sites have not been featured. They also feature in that set pool. So we've removed them. So what encompasses majority of the websites and apps we visit? So chat and messaging apps, quite a significant number. Search engines and web portals, music and entertainment websites, maps and location-based services, shopping and classifieds, and education. One key trend that we noticed even looking at the total visits of these websites. So if you look at 2020, this is 2022 to 2021 to 2022 and 2022 to 2023. In terms of total visits for Google, there are 253 million people accessing it, but now it's declining to 169 million total visits. Same to YouTube, same to Facebook. So it begs the question then, even as we are growing in terms of a digital opportunity, are we spreading ourselves thin based on how platforms are coming about? Another key aspect, just from a data point, is OpenAI. So ChatGPT has about 11 million total visits. And then I believe this is eCitizen for people who are procuring government services, about 4.7 million total visits. So what does this mean for us? We look at it at a later segment. And one key thing we need to notice is even as we have this plethora of platforms, apps, be it websites, we always have to start at a point of interest. And a point of interest would be, how am I probing? How am I querying? How do I access online information? How do I search? So in terms of the things that people are using or platforms that people are using in terms of accessing online information, social networks takes a huge chunk of it. This is in 2021, 2022. Then there's image recognition, online translator tools, and voice assistants. Then moving to 2022 to 2023, search engines, social networks, QR codes. There was once a conversation about the death of QR codes, so it's coming back to the conversation. And then there's online translator tools. So here, in terms of the opportunity, we're just looking at how do we leverage being at that interest point. And I believe every one of us starts by searching for something. So searching, and not just our traditional search from Google, it's you're searching on Instagram, on TikTok, searching on LinkedIn, searching on our website. So these are the opportunities. And here we're looking at, traditionally, we've been optimizing for keywords. And here the conversation is moving to a more natural language, a more conversational language, a more long-tail language. When people are probing for these interest points, you are in that point of conversation. So one key thing, maybe to take out of this slide, how many of us have searched on Facebook, for instance? By show of hands? Yeah. Instagram, searching. TikTok, searching. So I want you to do an exercise today when you go back even here, based on the interest that you're searching for. So let's say I'm searching for a cider, since it has come up as one of the key interest alcohol beverages. I want you to see the image that is attached to that cider, that from what the results come up with, and see how that image has been saved. So one key thing we always realize, even from these such opportunities, there is always levels of optimization that we need to leverage on. Number one, how we save our assets. I always say we've been victims of just uploading things, not naming with what it's being associated with. Same to videos, naming, not naming the way it's supposed to be associated with. And these are such opportunities that we might be missing out on. So again, for those who search on YouTube as well, just see if you can download that video, what that video title name would be, and see if there's an association to what was being portrayed from the message. So search is not just beyond the keywords, it's just plus the assets that we need also to be considerate of. Another key aspect is for people who have bilingual assets. Google has rolled out APIs where we can integrate bilingualness. So here would be anyone who's French, English, you can integrate instead of you doing the direct translations. Google will optimize based on now what you want to translate to. So that's also an opportunity in that regards. And then for voice search, this is something, this will be primarily driven by a voice assistant. So many of us have used any search, Google Assistant from a voice search point of view, Alexa point of view. So also have to think about how am I asking that question and how am I coming up out of someone asking that question. So also have to be cognizant of that. Then in regards to brand and product research, so again, social takes key. There's a lot of Q&A sites that you can take advantage of. So this is Quora. There's messaging and live chats. There's microblogging, online pin boards, blogs, forums and message boards. So here it's just looking at the opportunities that we've not been able to do traditionally. I would say Quora as an example. For anyone who has Q&A from either the financial industry, financial sector, you can see how you can play into that thought leadership conversation in that platform. That's an opportunity. And then, for instance, on online pin boards, I had the ABL in the room. I don't know if you have taken opportunity to create cocktails on pin boards to see what they can drive, because people are looking for those things there for inspiration. I don't know if there's opportunity there. So these are some of the things that we are looking at in regards to when people are searching for brands and their products. So others, we've done it so well from social. Others are opportunities that we can take advantage of as of now. Then key aspect, so Maurice has talked about deprecation of third-party cookies. And I always say our first person at the forefront would be our own assets. So our website, for instance, so much data on it, the data on our CRMs, so much data on it. So these are the platforms that contribute to traffic. So Facebook has been key, though declining. X has been key. There's a bit of a rise in YouTube as well as Instagram. So we also have to look at the opportunity in regards to whenever we are curating content to drive an action of someone clicking through. We have to think through about the resonance. You have to think through about the content strength and then the messaging. So that would be quite imperative to think about. Then a few moments ago, I think we heard about the most used social media platforms. This is just data, WhatsApp being quite key. There's an interchange between data from the previous 2 years versus as of last year. So TikTok is taking over. There's Facebook there. So here it's looking at from a platform opportunity, the audiences that speak to these, that are embedded in these platforms, and then the content essentially. So I'll give a case point. How many are on TikTok as brands? Anyone? Which one? Angola. Any other? How many have engaged TikTok influencers as brands? All right, so here there's a big pool of opportunity. And I'll give you a case point for TikTok for one of our campaign we just did for Africa Cup of Nations. This was for Techno, for launching one of their phones and them being a key sponsor for AFCON. They launched a filter challenge, not just a dance challenge. They launched a filter challenge to engage guys to participate in this AFCON momentum. How many numbers do you think people participated in that challenge, in that filter challenge on TikTok? Maybe you have a guess. Anyone? Okay. 50K? Any other? So it's over 100K submissions over a duration of about 3 weeks. And they were gunning for the highest filter usage from Guinness World Book book of records point of view. So there's a lot of opportunity based on the younger audiences. They're consuming football content, they're participating in these gamification elements. There's brand opportunity placement that you can leverage on. So it's a thing to consider even in our distribution platforms. And then in regards to favorite, so we've looked at usage, and then there's favorability of our social platforms. So again, WhatsApp is quite high. There's an interchange, again, TikTok takes precedence, as well as Instagram. So here, again, it's looking at that balance between content and the strength of that platform and serving the right opportunity in regards to the audiences. Maybe I can pose a question. Anyone who does content creation for brands in the room, people who create content, is distribution of content, maybe I can ask, is distribution of content, is it one post serving Facebook, Instagram, Twitter? No? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? So we already have the data. Is the data telling us something? So from those platforms, are the engagement levels the same? Are the interests of our audiences the same? Are the locations of those audiences the same? So this is a quick learning you already know. So it's just thinking, how do we cleverly interplay the strengths of the platform with our own audiences? Then we attract the people who want to be pulled to the brand. Lastly, it's all about money. There was a very interesting question about return on investment on spend of digital. So just an overview of potential ad reach. Facebook is key. We're looking at a reach of 15.25 million reach. Then there's YouTube, 9.79. Then there's Instagram, 3.05, Snapchat, LinkedIn at 4.30, Twitter, as well as TikTok. Anyone who had envisioned TikTok to be in that range? Anyone who had envisioned? So that serves as an opportunity for us to jump there. So here it's again tailoring the ads with the objective of what we intend to do. Always say digital is being seen as an effective communication channel, but also there's a lot of ad wastage. People doing a lot of investments, not attributing the right objectives while expecting results. So we really need to think of being relevant to that opportunity and serving that objective. In regards to digital advertising spend, so this is our bucket. So total, inclusive of all this opportunities, you're looking at $108 million spend. Programmatic ads, that's Maurice, and I'm looking about 75 million. Search ads, you're looking about $17.28 million. Banner ads at 26.77, video ads at 29.74, classifieds at 11.72, social media at 29, digital audio ads at 1.63, and influencer ad spend at 1.85. So here, key takeout is to look at, Maurice presented an omni-channel approach of how we look at it in terms of our consumer journey. So also have to loop in when you're thinking about when you're doing our media plans, when you're doing our digital media buying, when you're looking about the opportunity versus the spread of the objective or the intent we want to achieve, there has to be a split mix. Not banking all your eggs in YouTube, for instance, and not looking at the opportunity that digital audio ads might get you. So in regards to return on investment, I know this is a quite a huge conversation in regards to how do I quantify my spend versus the result that I want to get. So here, this is where we need the help of brands. For e-commerce, it's very easy to attach because a purchase has been done. You can track it, what channel led to it. But I do believe this is a collaboration exercise where if we do partake in any digital media buying opportunities, we also want to get a feel of the numbers. We've done X campaign, at this duration, it was supposed to get this engagement. This is what we got at the ground. And we all privy to that data. So in terms of that, our own rationalization of the spend would be the return on ad spend. But if you really want to go granular, we'd really need to collaborate to create this right attribution. When I did this specific influence engagement, this is the actual tangible return that I got from it. Yeah, so essentially that's it. Any questions?
Not yet. Thank you. Thank you very much. No questions at the moment, but we'll definitely have some after. Thank you very much. Are we all awake still? As I said, these presentations will be available, so don't worry about it. Our last presenter is going to be looking at the other side, the inside of ads, right? And he's going to be talking to us about how do creatives cope with the changes that are happening around the world? How do you include AI in your creativity without losing the human touch? And we have a great creative here called Eugene. And Eugene can be the next Kipchoge. He actually runs marathons. The guy runs 5 kms a day, and he can do 42 kms. So don't joke with him, and he's also a creative. So karibu sana, Eugene. As I said, we will be looking at questions. Just before we finish the panel, we set up the panels, we'll take your questions just to save on time. Okay? That includes the online audience, which I have to say, as our technology is failing, online, the online side is really working well. I think we have not lost the audience at any given time. So we thank Purple Market because they're the ones who are taking care of that. And as we set up, we hope that you can send us your questions. We'll write them down and your presenters will be answering them as soon as we're done with this first part. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. This will be a very short presentation for two main reasons. The constraints. This is going to be short because it's not backed by any data. This is purely opinion. An opinion garnered, I think, over the course of a few years, having the privilege to work across research, strategy, activation, PR, events, strategy, and advertising. And the presenters who are closest to lunchtime have a moral obligation to keep their presentation short. So hopefully I shall not bore you with 20 slides, but there are videos. There are very many videos. All good? Murphy's Law, as they say. So creativity as an economic multiplier in this era. The original title for this was in the era of emerging technology, AI, and all of these complicated things that people like calling it. But I think this is the era that we are living in. So to pay the bills slightly, Creative FCB is, well, once have really moved. So we're an integrated advertising agency that specializes in creative effectiveness. Why do we focus on creative effectiveness? We don't just do pretty pictures for pretty pictures. I think the brands around the room expect us to sell products. So creative effectiveness is our KPI. So our purpose, timeless and timely creative. Our mission is creativity everywhere, and our values are never finished. I like the fonts on this side. Fantastic, yeah, much better. So I had to say this to pay the bills. So I hope I've hit the KPI. So like I said, I'll play a few videos to buttress my point.
Very handy, I can tell.
I hope this, okay.
The sound is a very important part of that slide. So can go back. I don't know how many of us are old enough to remember which movie this was. It was about 3 individuals plus.
Technologies that are activated by voice commands are
So 3 individuals who were assisted by a small slimy creature who fought ghosts around. Yes, thank you. This is an actual interesting scene whereby one of the scientists are trying to fix a machine. One of the
Playing your dog.
and she's talking about her passions. No, it's meant to be this one. Goes to Pet is dead. Yeah. So as the scientist is fixing the lady's computer, she talks about her passions, which include reading. And he emphatically responds. Anytime this year?
I can tell.
Just again.
I bet you like to read a lot too.
Print is dead. Print is dead. I think when I
Very Andy,
started
I
my
can tell.
career into advertising, one of the biggest stories.
I bet you like to read a lot too.
Print is dead. One of the biggest stories we were told is that print is dying, a natural death. And I think
Very
Lenny and
Andy, I
Tim
can tell.
have various slides that used to pitch that back.
I bet you like to read a lot too.
Print is dead. More recently, something else that was actually sold as being on its deathbed was television. And I'm glad the individual shared, not that slide, but a slide that spoke about CTV being on the emerging scale. So we've been on the precipice of killing things in our industry for a while now. And I think generative AI is bringing about the next Armageddon when it comes to things dying in our industry. If you've read newspapers which are dying or been on the internet, you will have noticed a number of opinion pieces talking about AI will replace over 30,000 ad agency jobs. AI will change marketing, how generative AI will change creative work, client briefs, campaign performance, how ad agencies are using generative AI. So if you read any of this, and I hope you don't suffer some emotional turmoil if you work in advertising, the future looks very bleak. Yes? For the advertising humans, not the marketers. Marketers are very quick to cut. And to be fair, I also fell into the bandwagon. Even I waded into the murky waters of opinion editorials about the future of advertising and how robots are taking over. I wrote this November 15th in the Business Daily. So it's been looking pretty bleak, I think, over the past few months. But I think it's a point for us to actually reevaluate what our role is as advertising practitioners in the industry. And one of the biggest quotes I ever got was the fact that ideas are our currency. Creativity has to be the currency of anyone who's working in advertising, otherwise we're in the wrong line of work. This is an interesting book. If you have time, please find time to read it. And from what the teams have taken us through, there's actually an AI for almost every step in the marketing funnel. For those of us who are familiar with logo creation, not to put any creative out of business, there's an AI for that. For those who are into short-cutting briefs that you send to agency, there's an AI for that. For those who like not taking minutes during meetings, there's an AI for that. There's an AI for pretty much anything when it comes to the marketing funnel. So what do we do about that? One of the things the greats in advertising always said is the channel is not the strategy. So back in the day, people used to say, what's your strategy? Facebook. Facebook is my strategy. The channel is not the strategy. The channel is not the idea. What idea do you have to launch this product? TikTok. That's not the idea. The channel is not the execution. Programmatic will not solve your non-programmatic issues, unfortunately. To make it a bit more modern in terms of what I want to say, AI is not the strategy. AI is not the idea. And I think we've seen a few examples that have been shared that showed AI is not the idea. And AI is not just the execution. So despite the numerous advantages offered by AI, I think the reality is human insights will continue to power the impactful creativity. We have to maintain the human insights that drive that. Now, good to take you through three videos, please. 3 videos that I hope you'll play to demonstrate the power of human insights in driving creativity. So you can play the first one.
Playing your jogging playlist. It will take you 7 minutes to get there by public transportation.
Technologies that are activated by voice commands are becoming a way of life.
What time is supper? Turn on kitchen light.
Out of the box, Google Speech Recognizer would not recognize every third word for a person with Down syndrome, and that makes the technology not very usable.
Scheduling and reminders, practicing phrases, speaking to friends. They rely on us for almost everything. And if a voice activated assistant was there for him, that would really help him become more independent.
So we're partnering with Google.
The goal is to make speech recognition work better for people who have different types of speech.
By adding new data of a different speaker,
Text mom for help.
we're able to make the model recognize this new speech pattern.
What we really need is for people with Down syndrome to record phrases and donate their voice.
Donate your voice.
Donate your voice. This would change everything.
Strawberry jam is sweet. I owe you a yo-yo today. Going down that moving walkway.
The boy went down the path.
People with speech differences are helping to teach Google how to better understand them.
How cool is that?
Just knowing that will impact voice technology globally, that's beyond my wildest dreams.
Hey, Google, thank you.
You're welcome.
AI is not the idea. I think there's a singular human insight that was executed powerfully, and AI, through voice recognition, actually just amplified it and knocked it out of the park. Have I convinced you? There's another one.
They say the eyes eat before the mouth can taste, telling the brain deliciousness is on its way. But why do we burn our head out with countless hours of mind-numbing scrolling as it goes through menu after menu every day? 132 hours a year, to be precise. Psychologists call it choice overload, a state when the brain is faced with an overwhelming number of options and struggles to make a decision, often ending up making the wrong call. Hunger Station, the leading food delivery app and spicy innovator, wanted to ease this pressure and help people make the right choice with a smarter way to order using the power of the subconscious mind. The first ever online food delivery order placed by your subconscious mind, because it's way more powerful and can process things 500,000 times faster than the conscious mind. We decided to let it do the ordering. A feature on the Hunger Station app recognizes you've been hopelessly scrolling and launches the intuitive tool. A number of mouth-watering cuisines are displayed as the camera meticulously tracks the eye's interest using advanced algorithms and the front-facing camera. A smart AI uses proprietary food topic modeling to narrow down the options and presents a data report of what the eye concentrated on the most, or what the subconscious mind is craving, giving the user a list of relevant restaurants to order from. This innovative and intelligent feature caught the eyes of the media. We even mirrored the experience on social media, giving every Saudi the opportunity to harness the power of their subconscious. And soon, subconscious ordering became a thing, leaving us with a banquet of new data for more accurate and personal targeting in the future. By helping Saudis awaken their subconscious mind to ordering the food they love, we gained a cozy corner in their conscious mind for years to come.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I love the way that we use it. The last example.
Suddenly, I get a notification from Pedidos Ya. What the hell? I didn't order anything. I'm broke. What the fuck? I got scammed.
I didn't order anything, pieces of shit.
Why did Pedidos Ya, the #1 delivery app in Argentina, send a fake push notification to all its users? Argentinians waited for the cup for 36 years. And finally, the national team delivered. The World Cup trophy.
People are waiting for the trophy.
Let's check the flight number with public data from an aerospace traffic app and linked it to our delivery app. So right as the airplane wheels lifted off Qatar's soil, 6 million Pedidos Ya users took the bait. To everyone's surprise, the classic delivery map, instead of a cheeseburger, showed the World Cup's journey home, so every Argentinian could follow it in real time.
Clap, clap, clap. Give us the cup.
I think I love you, Pedidos Ya.
Therefore, a simple push notification achieved something incredible, making Pedidos Ya have 32% more mentions than Messi. On the day the whole country was thinking of Messi and Argentina becoming champions, the Pedidos Ya hashtag reached the top of the trending chart organically, turning it into the most viral brand action of the World Cup. We reached more than half the country, and all of that with an investment of $0.
So I think there's a responsibility that's going to be shared by both the brand teams and the agencies around this table to ensure that next year's review shall not be based on whether consumers know it's an ad or not. Let's not have that conversation. That should not be something we're talking about in the next year. Let's talk about how AI has been integrated to enhance effectiveness in creativity. With that, so now what? Add AI to a creative sandbox and play. I think I've been converted over the past few months from being an anti-AI anarchist. I was very vocal about it, just seeing how we can play together. So experiment, triage, move, and you do it. From the free ones, which we all love, to the small ones that you pay a small subscription, put the money on the account team, put the money on the brand team, let them pay for it. Make AI an ally to triage work and get out that ugly first draft or proof of concept. I think there's a time people used to do it camps to present ideas. I think now we can actually present motion work when it comes to AI integration. Lastly, as you've seen from the examples, stay human. The robots can't win. The robots can't win. And with that, thank you.
Wow, thank you, Eugene. Didn't we save the best for last, at least for this session, right? So the idea is to stay human. Despite technology, stay human. For the next session, we're going into the panel discussion. And as we get into the panel discussion, I'm going to ask that if you have any questions to any of our presenters here, I hope you are taking notes. This is the time as we set up the session for the ladies. The next session is actually all ladies. And we will have an opportunity to ask any questions, have any comments. So I'm going to open this up. And I think I have the first question. It came from one of our online audience. Oh, we have a lot from the online audience. It goes to Francis. What indicators do you use to filter demographics? And what method are you using are you inputting into the data set?
Okay, so the question is about what filters we use. Now, our platform is voluntary. So you join the platform, and at the point of joining, we get to collect your demographics. So we know your gender, we know your age, we know your income, we know the bank you use, we know the supermarkets or the telecommunications service provider that you use. So we collect all that information. So what happens is that when we get a brief that is tailored to a specific segment, say 25 to 34 ladies in Kisumu or in Mandera or wherever it is that there could be, then we tailor make and we send that communication to that particular audience. That is how we are able to track and narrowcast your communication so that you can talk to the segment that appeals more for your branding or for your product. Yep.
Thank you, Francis. I hope our audience online is still there. Our second question is to Frank Kabu. You mentioned in 2024 in one of your slides that 36% was the highest and the most preferred social platform. In terms of accessing an online info, how do you suppose brands based on the insights given can leverage and deploy WhatsApp as a platform in their marketing toolkit and ensuring enhanced customer service and engagement?
So WhatsApp being a key medium, I think brands have already started leveraging that platform in regards to queries, customer care queries, and plus when they're doing campaigns, where they're recruiting or getting people financial services, we've seen a lot of collection of data in that end. I think here the opportunity would be just saying, also, if you can exchange data with first-party owners to see the opportunity for placement where the brand relates. So for instance, if I have a pool and I have an audience pool in WhatsApp sitting as a brand, let's say as Britam, for instance, and I can see an opportunity where I can marry my data collection for the car insurance, that would be an opportunity for placement for WhatsApp. So I'd leverage on those first-party brands that are already doing it and seeing if there's a merger and a collaboration between brands that can interplay usage of that data.
He asks, it's from the same person. I am passionate about brand strategy, positioning brands and data insights. So here I go. I want a job. Okay, so what's up? You'll get his contact. So use WhatsApp. Okay, anybody else with a question? We're still waiting for the setup for the ladies. Okay, let me start with Lenny.
Yes, I wanted to ask about the digital spend predictions that were put up. So to understand, what was the base for that? And is that prediction for 2024, the full year? Or is that based on last year's figures and so on?
So that was based off of last year's figures. So we're just seeing a projection of increment. I think we're seeing about 2 to 10% increment year on year. So this is just data from as of end of last year, December.
Hi, my name is Teddy from Capital. Just to comment on what no, this is Eugene, what you were saying. I think that whole thing of AI and creatives, I think you're in a fantastic place right now. In fact, I tell a lot of clients to just fire their agencies right now. Because if your agency, the only creative, they produce for promos are guys smiling and dancing, why do you need them? If the closest thing to SWA is just to add kicker to anything, like if you're coming to Fairmont kicker, say or stuff like that, you fire them. And it's the same, I mean, seriously. There's no point of wasting money on that kind of thing, and it should happen now. So I think the best thing that's happened with AI from a creative point of view is that it's going to push creatives to really start identifying, what's a good creative, what's a bad creative. And that stuff, like, I think the best creative comes from things like cultural insights, who's that guy who's walked into Kibera and talked to those guys down there before AI starts catching up on that. And I think it's going to start catching up into other sectors. Like I said, I'm from Capital. Like, for instance, soon an app should be developed for like radio presenters, because if everyone is talking about relationships, see, I can just key into it and have one guy who sounds like he has a bass and a mama who sounds like, she's whatever, and you just key it in because, that thing of like, there's no content there. So it's like those kind of things are the things that are going to be replaced. I think it's the same thing even like with client service. If you're just a paper pusher moving from here to here, why do we need you in a scanned Maruti? We just need to replace you with an app. So I think we're in a good place where AI is coming to replace laziness or just creativity that you don't whatever. So my advice to clients, if AI can do that work, fire your agency. Thank you.
Thanks, Teddy. I think you've also aged yourself with the Scanner Maruti comment. Yeah? Our next question, before we ask, can we take an online question, please? It's to Eugene. As one interested in digital marketing and one interested in copywriting as a strategy positioning, how do you suppose ChatGPT as an AI tool will affect copywriting?
With the fear of loading what Teddy said in better English, without the yes, the reality is ChatGPT is not the copywriter. I think the advantage of ChatGPT is it gets the ugly first draft out. You can actually triage work faster with the AI platforms that are there. It will not help you write copy that will sell mandazis to Adhiambo in Kisumu. That's the reality. It might get there in 10 years as it learns, but it won't get there now. So what we can do as a copy strategist is use it to triage more of your work. The most daunting task as a copywriter is looking at that black screen or that empty paper. It helps you to get there faster. Then refine your craft by actually putting in the human insight that leads to that award-winning work. So don't use it as a crutch, use it as an enabler.
Thank you. I guess it's clear AI is here to stay, but the human interface remains relevant and important. Somebody else had a question? The last question so that we can get into panel discussion.
I'm David from Kantar. My questions go to Maurice. I'd written them down to not forget them. Wanted to check, is there an algorithm when you're talking about first-party cookies, third-party cookies, is there an algorithm to just ensure that irrelevant ads are not pushed to consumers? Because at times you get ads bombarding you for like 3 to 4 weeks, yet it's just a one-time search. I remember at some point I had motorbikes displaying on my Facebook just because I had a conversation with my sister-in-law. Then the second one is, how trustworthy is the data we gather from consumers, or can they really manipulate their searches to get conversations or influence the ads that are targeted to them? For instance, if you want to push out discounts to consumers, is there a way that consumers can actually input some manipulated search patterns so that they can get discounts pushed out to them? So how do you navigate around such manipulations by customers, or is that something that's not there?
Probably just to start with the manipulation bit. So data is collected from so many data sets and data points, and by the time you manipulate one side of it, we already know your age, we already know where you browse, because basically wherever you are, we are present. So at any given time, I think that's why also this GDPR and the rest that came to control the ecosystem. And when you put a wrong, probably let's say I was explaining about publisher ID, where probably you'd give a user, you'd give the publisher a wrong email address to use it probably for specific publishers, specific publisher. But again, now you see now when you move now, let's say we are collecting data, because again, we collect data, we buy data to ensure that any given time when we communicate to you, the data adds up. It might not be probably at 100%, but we ensure that it's at least 80% plus. Then also regarding the probably being sprayed, yeah, I guess there's also so many campaigns that probably are out there, and the people just basically do spray and pray, basically when it's awareness campaigns. Targeting, of course, is part of it.
you talked about also talking about something, and the following day you see a motorcycle ad, and ideally that would also come as about probably yours from your spends, number one, because we have all these data sets that are tied to it. Then of course probably there's a predictive element, or probably there's a place where you searched it and probably forgot, and that's why at times people look at it and they're like, this is a little bit scary, because also the AI component and the predictive component actually are getting better. So very soon now you'll find yourself actually talking about something or probably reading something. The next thing you see, it's very accurate to the level where we even direct you on which way how to think about it. So yes, probably I think I answered the second question when it comes to data sets that we collect, which allow this process to be as precise as possible. You can't give us wrong data. When you give us wrong data, we still compare to other variables in the data set. Flat spray and pray will always be there when it comes to advertising. That's why at times we always say from this side of from the advertising side of things, we say, can you imagine a world without ads? You'll be paying for literally everything. Every app you touch, you'll be paying for. I hope that was conclusive enough.
Thank you, Maurice. I think now it's time to get to the next. Remember, I told you we have 2.5 sessions. So we've done 1.5. We're going to the next in the last session. I hope you're not asleep. If you are, please stand up and stretch. Right. So I would like to invite Susan, and Susan will come and take you through the next session with the ladies, which is a panel discussion. But before, as you're getting here to the front and they know themselves, I just want to talk about what I feel for me. And there was a lot of information that was shared today. But I think what I took out was, one, change means innovation, right? And change is constantly happening. And that is why we become a lot more innovative in how we're marketing and how we are advertising. Data is the future, right? We need to make sure that we have the right data. We're treating it well. We're cleaning it up, because our data is not sitting properly according to Maurice, right? Focus on your core. You can't be all things to all people. So focus on the core. What is it that you do best? Do that. Despite technology and AI, we must stay human. So use AI smartly. And finally, something that Kahiga said, value matters most in disruptions. So, and that's when change happens. Usually when you're all comfortable and everything is going well, nothing changes. There's no innovation. And usually you work best. You know, a lot of people even thrive best under pressure. So value for your brand, value for your products, right, is realized. It matters when there's a disruption. Thank you all so much. And as we get to the next session, I'll hand over to Susan. She will introduce the ladies as we get to the next level.
Thank you, Njiko. First of all, I must just say this, because Lenny, Njiko, everyone is calling me Susan. So, and you're not saying who Susan is, and we can't assume everyone knows who Susan is. So guys, you know, not in a bad way, of course. It's just that, yeah, we've come a long way. So let me introduce myself. I'm Susan Macau, and I am the CEO and founder of the International School of Advertising, and we are the ones who are hosting this event together with our valued partners who have all been here. And of course, you guys also being part of this marketing and advertising fraternity, and we're really glad to have you here. So let's get into the cracks of the matter, just getting deeper into the cracks. So let me invite my panelists. As you noticed, there was a gender imbalance here, and I need more women to come out and offer these sort of presentations. So since I didn't have any women to do any presentations, I thought, let me call the women to come and interrogate the presentations. And that's what we are going to do. So Sarah Katusia is here. I've known Sarah for many years, from the time she was a little girl when she was just joining advertising. And now, of course, a trailblazer, and she's the CEO of Belva Digital. Please give her a hand. We have Waidera Kabiro over there. Waidera is the lead of the digital hub at Diageo. Then we have Raj. I can never pronounce your second name, so just allow me to just say Raj, who I've also known from the time she was a very little girl and just joined in advertising. We worked with her. She was at Saracen and I was at TBWA working on the Nivea account for like donkey years. And she's the business unit director at Saracen PhD. Yeah. And then we have Jackie Mohati, please come. Good old friend, X8KQ, and now she's deputy. What your titles are very long sometimes. It's the deputy marketing director. Deputy marketing director at NCBA. Do I have everyone here? Who's not here? Excuse me, I sometimes get short-term memory loss. Okay, Maureen, oh, sorry, how can I forget my dear Maureen? A big hug, yeah. I love you. This is also my child. She was a student of ours at ISA, and I'm glad to see her just rise up through the ranks. She's an influencer, handling, it's called Social and Influence, head of Social and Influence at Scanad. So, I want to start with a rather difficult question. I don't know who's going to answer it. I'll allow you to choose. We've just been talking about this AI thing. And Eugene has made an important point, same as Teddy, that if you cannot think and come up with a creative idea, then fire your agency. I mean, if your agency cannot do that, fire your agency. Use AI. However, I think from what I've heard, the people who are okay are your CDs. The CDs have a job because they're the ones who conceptualize. But there's that young person or the person who's good at the craft. And there's some people who are not necessarily conceptual. Because even in agency, you always have the conceptual people, and then you have the craft people, the finisher, the guy who gives you that FA. Yeah? What happens to this person? Because as Francis has said, there's a higher, what you said that there's people relate better with AI generated communication, which I was quite surprised at. They have a higher affinity to AI generated visuals than those which are not. And yet that's what say your graphic designer would do, not your creative director. What's happening to those guys? Do they have a job? Yeah.
I think they still do, because the person who's going to lose their AI is not going to take your job. Someone using AI properly is going to take your job. So if you're a designer using AI to get it faster, that person is the one who's going to get your job, not just the AI by itself, right? Because I think we've seen what AI without the human touch looks like and what the outputs of it look like. And I think the creative guy who presented from FSB spoke about
Eugene.
Humanity is needed in what we do, right? Humanity is about connecting with people. There's no AI today that is going to come up with that idea and that concept that connects with people by itself. It's what you garbage in, garbage out, right? Even some of the AI that Soros, that does video content, it's what you're putting into it and then what you get out, right? So what you put in is still a human aspect. I think it's almost the same as asking ourselves, what is the role of technology? Is to enhance, so get us better, or to reduce the time we do it? That is the role, right? It's not taking over the role properly. I think it's just the way we report what AI is going to do, the big headlines that are scary. And then the other side is, as agencies or brands, are we training our teams to know how to use different AI platforms to get better?
Okay. Are you guys convinced? I am convinced, but I still have just a bit of it that needs more convincing. Yes, Jack.
So interesting. This morning, as I was coming in, apologies, I confirmed very late. So that's why Susan did what she had to do. But as I was walking in this morning, actually, I don't know whether you've all seen what's happened in the news in the financial sector in Hong Kong around AI. Anyone who's seen what just happened? So 20 million was stolen by AI defakers. So there was a meeting that was actually, and I'll share this after you. So finance worker pays out 25 million after a video call with a fake AI generated. Yeah, have you seen that? You've seen that, yeah? So AI comes with inherent risks. And I think Eugene has brought that out in a smart way. Essentially, marketing is also about psychology. Psychology sometimes is also about the sixth sense. Technology will never be able to remove that sixth sense. I'm still seated here trying to figure out 8 people in a meeting room. It was on, sorry, on the WhatsApp call or the online call. It was only the junior employee who was a real human, who was guided to execute a transaction of 25 million. As a marketer who's a brand leader, think about the reputational risk around that. How much brand devaluation do you think has just happened to this multinational? Think about the trust around its customers. So interesting to sort of see what the balance would look like, but inherently, from a marketing perspective, it's for us to know the risk that AI could bring to a brand, but not ignoring the efficiency that it drives, the opportunities that are presented when it comes to innovation, and the opportunities that it gives marketers to do the job we are actually supposed to do, which means collaborating, going into those spaces where products are being developed, using it for research. I think that has come out very clearly, and understanding how to then get to the boardroom and have those conversations around marketing being strategic from a data-driven perspective, based on what it is we are doing, and being agile and moving fast enough to take advantage of the opportunities. That would be my take.
Okay, I thank you. I think what I'm gathering is efficiency. You were able to do more within a shorter period of time. And we can use those resources, even that graphic designer, for example, to do more. Because actually, maybe they can do more. Yeah, sometimes we always just bombard them with, your operational stuff, but there's much more that could be done in terms of just becoming more efficient and more innovative. And maybe that's something we all need to think about. Let's, as agency people, embrace it. Let's subscribe to all those tools that we were shown over there. And why not? They're not even expensive. Let's start training our teams to use it. We become more efficient. There's always that conflict between client and agency that clients never give agencies enough time and all that. Maybe this might be part of your solution. Okay, Raj, I'll ask you a question. There's something Lenny said at the beginning, and he said, one of his concerns about what's happening in this industry is that we've seen a huge chunk of spend is going into digital platforms, and meaning our local industry is now, severely affected, traditional. My question is, how do you see that from just a media practitioner perspective? How can that money come back to us? It sounds a bit utopia, but how can that money just come back to us? Even if it's a local Facebook or whatever it is, it's still on a digital platform, but how can we stop losing to the US and other external markets?
Thanks, Susan, for that. And yes, we have seen there has been a drain going to the American companies, especially digital. But let's not forget the fundamentals of media, right? We live in an ecosystem. There are brands which are in a certain category which need to reach out to a wider audience. Is your audience there? Which is the media that is going to reach out to them cost effectively, develop that brand image for a long term. Yes, because you can invest in certain media, get your short-term results, but what about the brand in the long term? There are mediums, let's say TV, radio, our traditional mediums, which do that job quite efficiently, especially in our markets, which are very radio. Radio is still there; it hasn't dropped off. TV is still quite important. Also, there has been research that a brand image has been developed over decades across this traditional media, which is now helping consumers find that same brand on, let's say, a digital platform like a e-com partner. So you still have that, the legacy media still holds true. And then let's not forget that. So you still need to invest in those media, right? Your brand is here today. Where will it be in the next 5 years, next 10 years? So start investing in the media where your consumer is, where you can tell a large story as well, and not just look at short-term results. Second is, how do we get this back into our own markets? We do have our local publishers over here. Let's give them some chance as well. Let's see how they can also develop content for us. We do know our consumer is also, consuming local content as such. They are there on various platforms. How can we, with the help of brands, as well as the data that we have, how can we create content that can be on those platforms as well? So may it be the likes of your local publishers, even your local radio stations, local televisions. Like we have said, Lenny mentioned, there are soaps which are translated into various vernacular languages. They still rule. I mean, I cannot have a brand campaign without having my spots placed in and around there. Let's be more targeted. Let's just look at a brand from a long-term perspective, not just look at short-term gains. And I'm not saying do not invest in digital. Digital also plays a very unique role, but let's look into a synergy, how each media plays its role. What is the objective of the campaign and where your brand and your consumers stand as well? What may work for an alcoholic brand may not work for an FMCG. What may work for you and in a finance sector may not work for, let's say, or a e-hail, the cabs that we just go online and take our rides at. So let's not forget where your brand sits, what is your category and your brand size as well, and what media can deliver for you. So that is what I would say.
I agree from a media and advertising perspective, but I think from the other side, and I don't know that there are media people here, the reality is if our local media does not shift to meet the needs, the evolving needs of the new consumer, then they will not get the chunk of the money. I think if you look at the movement of the spend, it's just not small movement. There are, the reason legacy media is falling apart is because it's 50%, 60% of spend is moving to digital platforms, right? So for me, there are two things. One is our local media does have to start producing for this new audience. In another 5 years, we'll have a generation of 10 years generation of people who do not watch TV, not as we know it, because this person who's 15 today is going to be 20. So those people, they consume media differently. So how do our media platforms start becoming the media for now, as opposed to, I'm sorry, most of our stations, if you go and watch them today, it's exactly as they were 5, 10 years ago. It feels like you're stuck in a loop. So I think there's a role for marketing and media, but I think there's a bigger role for them to do work that actually fits. And how do we bring the money back? I think this is in two ways. It's for them, media platforms shifting so that they can become useful to new consumers. The rest is policy, right? If Lenny is buying Citizen, he pays Citizen in Kenya. If Lenny is buying any other international platform, he pays them in Ireland. So I think the rest is a part of policy of saying, if you are an international platform like Google or Twitter or Meta, you need to be paid in the country, right? They've done it in Europe before. And that is just bringing the money to the ecosystem for many other aspects, for employment, for development, and all that.
Do you want to add? Okay. Yeah, I think that's very important. So what are we hearing here? That whether we are marketers or an agency, first of all, I think there's been this shift, which, there's a lot of tension around the focus just being on sales, and very little attention going to building your brand. So what I'm hearing from an affinity, there's a huge opportunity for us to still use local, local publishers, and you don't necessarily have to think about it in the traditional of the traditional. There are smaller radio stations. And I actually was encouraged to see from the Ipsos presentation that as much as print has gone down significantly, it has stabilized. It's like it's found its space. Radio goes down and up, so maybe it looks like it's more of a seasonal, pattern. So it looks like there's a space, and I think there's an equilibrium which we also have to work with as as brand owners or as agencies in reaching that equilibrium, but also what we've just said about being innovative in content and policy. I believe there's also already some policy around we should be paying in dollars, we should be paying in our local currency. Okay, so just on that conversation, actually, just on that balance, sales push, brand push. And this relates to what Kantar said. I'm asking you, Jackie, because you guys recently put quite a bit of money actually behind a brand campaign to Ndembele. And from what was said, we can see consumer has shifted to a place whereby they only want to spend money on the basics, literally food, shelter, clothing. Oh, and data. Yeah, data has become a basic need. So I just want to ask about NCBA, because there was the thing that Kahiga said, that even as we build our brands, it's very important that those brands are differentiated not in terms of what they deliver, but in terms of purpose. And customers, what you deliver is expected. It's become a hygiene factor. It's not a differentiator. What is going to differentiate is being able to create that emotional connection to something else that is bigger than you. How would you say that as NCBA, which is in financial sector, as we can see, maybe again, not within basic needs, what is it that you guys have done in terms of just ensuring that you still remain relevant and you attain growth through what you're doing?
Gosh. So maybe just to chime in before I answer that, from a media landscape perspective, I think it's always important that we also remember that in whatever business you're in, you have multiple pockets of consumers. Okay, so I may have the people who are fully on digital. I may have the people who are, especially in the financial sector, we have the conservatives who will not make any call if they do not read Business Daily, because that is their trusted source. And it's just what it is. And seldom do you find customer making a decision, especially around very heavy investments by just one touch point. They're likely to want to see it on multiple touch points before they then make a call. So for any marketer, I think being very clear around who your segment is and what channel mix best suits your objective is what will, I guess, differentiate you or decide how you spend your money. So if I'm looking at my TA and 90% on digital, I'll skew my channel mix to address exactly that. So I still think, dependent on the sector you're in, you have to find that balance of your channel mix to meet your objectives. Coming back to NCBA, we are turning 5 this year. So again, dependent on the stage at which you are as a brand, I think we are one of those brands that are interestingly born through COVID, went through, the whole COVID period, then through elections, we threw tantrums at 3. We are now getting to 5 and, trying to articulate our words and, communicate what it is we want to. We are still at a stage where we need to build the brand, okay? So our approach is to also be very alive to the current economic situation, be alive to what's happening globally. I think this year alone, 74 countries are going through elections. Inherently, what that means is there's a lot of ripple effects that are not even necessarily driven by your own market conditions. You have investors who may actually think of holding back and things like that. So as a brand, you have to think long-term, 30 years from now, I still want my brand to be relevant from a purpose perspective. So splitting my investment to ensure that I have clarity on what investment is going to brand building. And if you look at Twendembele, the campaign that we just launched was anchoring our messaging in inspiring greatness, which is our purpose. We see Kenya beyond 30 years from now, and we want to focus on moving forward and driving hope. But there is still the short-term need to generate revenue, which is where now your product marketing plays a role. And that's when performance marketing from a ROI perspective becomes very critical. But even as you're doing that, it's looking at what is happening in the consumer place. How do I ensure that I'm a brand that is caring for my consumers, offering solutions, and not being tone deaf to what is in the market? So we are skewing a lot of our engagement with the consumers to be more solution-oriented, offering a lending hand in the financial sort of predicaments they may be facing. And luckily, I saw financial needs, I think, came third after communication and something else. So we are very alive to that, and we understand this is the time we have to help consumers navigate that space. So brands have to find a way to balance the investments while supporting their customers, because ultimately, your customers will remember what you did for them when they truly needed you. And care as a strategy does not go wasted when, as a brand, you step back and remember you exist for more than profit. So that is the approach that we are taking.
I like that. Care. I think it just goes back to even what we are told in the book, that the more you want to receive, the more you give. So what are you giving so that you can receive? Because actually, think about it. If you're always just taking and taking and taking, that tap is going to run dry at some point, and you're going to realize actually that approach is not sustainable. So you have to think about what is it that we are going to do to keep that tap running in the long term. And that's where we have to think of a more sustainable approach.
I'd like to go to where I kind of ask you 2 questions.
They see your brand now, that's awareness, visibility.
Do they read this? Do they recommend to their brands? Yeah, then do they advocate for your brand?
The whole, social channel thing. So we've said, 50% of your investment should go towards that sort of omni-channel, touching your consumer in those different points. And then after that, we look at how we connect with the consumers through our customers, our retail partners, etc., in the on or the off trade. So back to brand building. So I can use Tusker as an example, a 100-year-old brand, where over the years, Tusker has done brand building, but it's also done a lot of sales promotional stuff, which started eroding the brand equity. And so we had to reset some years back and say, we actually need to build the brand, because we have a whole new generation of consumers who Tusker was drunk by their parents, and now they're rejecting the brand. So we had to start brand building again. And I'm sure you've seen what we've done from a thematic point of view, and then also being relevant. So Tusker now is doing things like Tusker Nexters, which is, your music, creative, supporting the creative industry heavily. Tusker Oktoberfest, your experience on the ground with the brand. You saw the examples of Tusker Ndimu, innovating the brand. You might not like the lager, but now here's another option for you. So it's about, for big brands like Tusker or Guinness or Johnny Walker, about 60% of your advertising investment should be on brand building, and the rest may be on sales, promotional type of things. And why sales promotion is still important in this day and age is because, as we saw with the macros, inflation, price pressure on prices from consumers, they want now, they'll be looking for promotions, but they also want a premium experience. They're willing to pay for a premium experience that gives them value. And we're seeing that. So we're not saying erode the value of your brand. We're saying give the consumers what they want, that premium experience, and they will pay for it. I forgot your second question.
The first one was about first party data.
First party data.
Walt and Maurice made it very clear that our low hanging fruit is first party data.
Yeah, Maurice has it spot on, yeah. Because also what we're seeing is the value of first party data is to provide that personalization at scale to your consumer. We do know that it's not a mass market advertising sort of approach all the time. The consumers want that personalization, and not just based on interest. So, you know what the cookies we're giving you. And that is why you're seeing brands who are now investing in direct to consumer platforms. So we've invested in a B2B platform, Diageo One, where it's us and our customers, you know, self-service ordering. But because of that, we're getting first-party data from our customers, knowing, who's which bar is ordering more Johnny Walker than the other. What do we need to do differently with that bar? Maybe different activations there. And then even with consumer, so we also have a direct-to-consumer platform, thebar.com, which again was built not to compete with our other third-party, e-commerce partners, Jumia and Glovo. No, it was solely built to enhance that consumer's experience because we are collecting not just transactional, but first-party data that helps us inform what the consumer behavior is to provide better personalized experiences at scale. In fact, one of the things that came out of understanding what consumers were searching for as they come to thebar.com is somebody mentioned, I think Francis, on the rise of ciders, or we call them long alcoholic drinks, which made us start thinking about innovation. Yes, we had a couple of ciders in our portfolio, but we're like, consumers want something that looks more Afrocentric to them, has a different taste flavors, more natural taste. And so we launched Manyatta in different flavors that looks more like locally, sort of that whole personalization from an Afrocentric point of view. So yes, so the importance of first-party data is very critical.
Okay, I hope anyone here who's in FMCG is taking that, because it can't just continue being about the way we do the traditional distribution of FMCGs, but now looking at other channels that put us directly in touch with the end user or intermediaries, whether it's B2B as well. I think that's pretty interesting. Did any of you take that challenge of Frank and search for cider? Has anyone tried it? What did they get? I searched for it on TikTok, but I won't say what I got yet. What did you guys get? Anyone? Obviously, he asked that we see what is the image. What's the image? Did anyone get? Anyone has tried? Okay. For me, when I put cider, what I got was apple cider. Yeah, I got the images of apple cider. Yes, the vinegar. Then I prompted more deeply. I put, okay, cider alcohol. And then what came up was KO. Yeah, that was KO. So it's interesting you're saying that, that African look. Eh? Yeah, okay. I hope we got something out of that, because yes, the cookie world is ending pretty soon. I want to just touch on what Francis talked about. He talks about influencer. And I want to just probe a little bit, Maureen. I'm in this WhatsApp group of marketers, and I get quite surprised at how people are approaching influencer. You'll find somebody asks on the group, I want to promote my car. I'm in the automobile industry. Please recommend for me an influencer. So they get all these influencers who are recommended by the WhatsApp group. And they even go and debate, and they're like, yeah, okay. Thank you so much for your feedback. I have, I've got something to work with. Okay. And I'm really struggling with that.
Same.
Sometimes I just restrain myself from saying anything when I see those conversations. Some of you might be on that group and you know what I'm saying. What do you think? What is going to happen? I mean, want to just hear from you. What are the challenges you're facing and how can you really sensitize marketers to take, to take a more structured and scientific approach towards influencer? I don't know, money is going behind it now.
I think the first thing is to close the WhatsApp group. I've seen a lot of misguiding happening. That platform, given marketers, if we do not take care of how we position, how we run campaigns, we stop looking scientific, we look tactical. All the brands that have done well for 100 years, 30 years, 5 years have used the scientific strategy behind it. The science behind it is your consumer on the other end. So while you want to market your car with an influencer because let's say, let me use a bad example. Ombachi bought a car and I want him to market my car yard. And so let's go with Ombachi, he has followers. And so he'll do a Nyama Choma thing at the car yard. Those are the things we see. And I get the motivation to be in culture, to be in the moment of the consumer, to excite them in the moment of engaging with your product. But think of the purpose. What is your product purpose? What are the cars about? How much do they cost for the consumer? Can they afford them? So if you take an influencer who is high flying, making dollars, and you want them to push this expensive car in this economic time, it will not work. You'll get a lot of views. I promise you, guaranteed you'll get reach, you'll get engagement about how the car looks nice, and you'll get shares because people will share to show this thing. But the fundamental piece of your ROI doesn't come through. So think about your product purpose. This thing I want to push with an influencer, what is it supposed to serve the customer? Meaning you have to understand the customer. That's why One Pulse is there to guide us on what is the motivation right now, what formats are working for this consumer, does it sit within the universe of products I want to run with? Then think back, go to your brand purpose. I'll use one of my clients in the room. So there's APA Insurance. They came up with a brilliant product called Bima Bamba. I am a user, right? And because of that, I got to understand the product purpose is to make me pay insurance month on month. As a new car user, an old car user, you hate Kenya, so you don't spend money in bulk, right? You want to pay 10K, 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 10K. The day you don't have money, you stop. Then you go back and pay because life is like that right now for every consumer. Even in this room, you are a consumer. So that is your reality. So that product already has a purpose for isn't the consumer experience around finances and taking care of their motor insurance and getting out of trouble. But the brand purpose behind Apollo Insurance is to make people happy. What makes you happy? When life is easier, right? So the brand has connected its purpose. But when now my client tells me I want to work with, I'm not attacking. Don't send an email. But if she sends a brief for influencer and tells me you have Bima Bamba and I want just Ivy to run the campaign, I'll say no. And we'll have a fight. Because I'll tell her the influencer you're choosing against your product purpose and your brand purpose are so disconnected. But Ivy, in that moment, can educate people on financial capability, literacy, agility in this hard time, and then covertly put Bima Bamba at the end. So if us as marketers scientifically think of why the product is being sold at this moment, then why the brand wants to sell it and where's the consumer at, you'll choose the right influencers. Avoid reach and awareness. I can know about your product and I will do nothing about it because of tax. But if I know your product, I understand the influencer, I trust them, I will be more likely to go back and go to an e-commerce platform and go like, it is 500 bob. Acha ni try test kandimu leo nione, vile siku itakaa. That's how consumers are behaving. They know your product. They're not devoid of information. They know. The gap is the purpose that you are driving for your brand, the product, and does it answer their current motivations? It is the same. Why do you choose radio channels? When you say you've taken Citizen over Radio Jambo. You have a rationale behind it. Same as influencers. A micro influencer has a very different purpose and approach to a macro influencer. Just Ivy's approach is different from what my guys on TikTok drinking Tascandimo are sampling. Why have you seen that? It's very different. They're doing very different things for your brand. So think about the science behind it. Step away from influence, from the fad and the excitement and the numbers they have. What are they delivering to the purpose of your product and your brand? And I would like to see briefs evolve from there's the objective and then there's the brand purpose. We need a product purpose side so that you can tell us where you want it to go. What is the return on investment that makes sense for you? Again, influencers, I want to say this now so that you can move. Influencers are not there for conversion. They're there for culture. So if you can't get people to buy into your brand culture, if you don't have one, go find it. But they're there to convert for culture so that those people will carry that brand to the next generation. I still use Jik. I don't know why. But there's a culture my mother taught me. She was my influencer. So I'll buy Jik because I know Jik, it bleaches, it smells a certain way, my house is clean. Influencers are for that purpose. They buy, I've seen one of us here also, Geek on Fashion. She's selling the luxury culture in Kenya. Don't tell her to make you buy Fendi. Your people will not buy Fendi, they're in Kenya, but they will buy into the culture of wearing Fendi over time. You can afford it. Influencers are culture drivers, not conversion drivers.
Hey, I don't think you bust the bubble over for a number of people here right now, by the way. Because the second part of that conversation is how do I ensure my influencer brings sales? That is always the second part of that conversation.
Can I?
Yeah, just
I think the other piece is, and I think it's good you've added with the confession. The other question then becomes, what is the role of technology in allowing us to figure out what influencers are doing? Last year, I was trying to do some modeling and I looked at how much Kenya is spending on influencers. And I was like, oh my God, it's more than some of the radio stations, the big ones, right? It's a lot of money. But then if you ask 100 marketers, the marketers in this room, I'm not attacking anyone. What did influencers do for you in 2023? No one can exactly tell you the quantification of it. The same way in media, you have, Lenny will tell someone, this is your reach, this is what it did for you. I will track that end to end. The same way Google will tell you the same thing, a programmatic platform will tell you the same thing. But somehow, and I think it's this thing of I like this influencer is the reason we end up with no metrics met. Because then as she said, clients always are like, I want to use that person. So we start with the person. You said channel is not the strategy. An influencer is a channel. They are not the strategy, right? So this person who's a superstar isn't the strategy. The strategy, you still have to craft it, right? And then use them as you use a radio station. But more so ask, what are they doing for me now, right? I think I've seen briefs that say we are going through a very big, we've been attacked online. Can we get influencers to attack back? What is the role of the influencer? I think it's very important to figure that out, to use technology to figure out which influencers, what are they doing? Am I looking for engagement? This is the highly engagement person for my sector, but more so to keep ourselves, to hold ourselves accountable by actually having metrics and measuring them for influencer management.
I really want to react to that because, yeah, obviously we're one of the companies that have spent millions of dollars on influencers. In our last financial year, it was slightly north of $1 million. And why? Yeah. So I've always felt that the role of the influencer or content creator is to do what the brand cannot do on its own. And how we started working with influencers was just in 2020. Remember the US elections. So we as Diageo had put a pause on all paid social globally, just because of, from a responsible marketing point of view, what was happening on the platforms in terms of, you know what was happening, incorrect information and what have you. So one day we woke up and our global marketing director says, no putting any paid media on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. There goes your digital plan right there. Yeah. So we were getting ready to launch Gordon's Pink Gin, and we had no media plan other than billboards. You know, us guys, we have watershed, so we don't go on TV. We have so many restrictions, and it's, you know, radio serves its purpose. But for a new brand launch, we just wanted something more visible, and we also needed to push the culture of how to drink gin as cocktails. So we got an army of influencers. They did the work. They showed people how to do cocktails. Within 3 months, we had surpassed our targets by over 300%. I think we're even out of stock. It was fantastic. But then what happened after that was supposed to be for the short term. Every brand in our portfolio, and we have over 30 brands that we market, now started saying my media plan is going to be influencer led. I was like, really? Lenny's laughing. He knows, he was with me. We're like, Allah, what is the purpose of, you know? So we've got it right. We got it right then, but we've also got it wrong many times. So it's also about taking a step back and saying, what is actually the role of the content creators in your media mix? So we will still have, yes, our out of home, our radio, driving specific, what is the role of radio? What is the role of online radio or podcasts or, you know, what have you? We invest heavily also in Mudundo, Spotify, etc. But also there is a role for the influencers. And again, it goes back to, as marketers, how are we briefing the influencers? Yeah, because garbage in, garbage out. And then how are you tracking their performance? So we've partnered with, obviously with PhD, we have a tool tagger, we track their performance. And we look at ROI from that sense of point of view. And we adjust and shift. We don't always get it right, but it's the matter of always optimizing. Now we're working with Wowzy, they're incorporating AI to help us optimize also influencers' performance, and even from the discovery phase to the end of the performance. So it's not, you know, you hire the influencer, you walk away. It's continuous, you know, monitoring, improvement, optimization. What can we do differently? Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so guys, please, the experts are here. Just go to Tagger, go to Wowzy, go to Scanad. I think you just pay a commission or something. I mean, it's not like a huge investment you have to make do. And they'll do everything for you, okay? You'll optimize who the influencer should be, you'll track, you know, and you'll be able to justify your metrics at the end of the day, not what's up. So now that we're talking, I like what you've just said about, you know, using technology. And I'd like to now just pose my final question to Sarah, and then you guys, let's take some questions from the floor as well. Because you're now in digital technology, I would like you to just tell us a little bit about the innovations around that integration of digital and technology, especially where, you know, as an agency now, we want to be able to offer more to our clients. It's not just about a wonderful idea and a great creative concept and sort of leave it with them. But then how can we, through technology, actually journey with our clients so that we are able to be a real partner in seeing outcomes? So just to hear from—
That's a very loaded question.
Yeah.
But I think for me, how I look at the role of technology is from internal to external, every step of the way, there's a role of different pieces of technology to either be efficient or effective. So internally, I always say the role of technology sometimes is whether we still do not need physical project managers or physical traffic people, because I can make better use of those people because technology can help me manage that flow of work, right? And make it easier for flow of work. We work 100% from home. So then there's no someone coming to your desk to ask whether the work got done. That person is asking on a platform and you need to revert on that platform because we are all sitting in different spaces working. So the role of technology in ensuring the agency model is efficient, because we are all aware, if you're an agency, that the money is just becoming less. Every time the client walks in, then you can tell you, every page, they reduce the fee. Every page from 18% media, now clients are offering 2% for media, right? How do you survive? You have to be extremely efficient. So what is the role of technology in allowing us to be efficient? If you are buying media, in allowing you to get data, synthesize it, and understand it faster without very many people being in that space. The role of AI in being able to organize that data for you. And therefore, I don't need someone sitting doing PowerPoint presentations on data, because that can just come from Tableau and go to the client every month. No one has to send it. So I think there's a huge role of technology in ensuring we're efficient so that we can stay profitable. Then there's a real huge role of technology on the other side in allowing us to do good work. And whether is in design, making it more efficient, whether it's using AI to come up with work that you couldn't come up, you couldn't do as a normal, just as a normal creator. I think the other piece for me for creative is, how do we become much more efficient in that process? Today, is the TVC still going to be 30 million Kenya shillings, 60 million Kenya shillings, or can technology allow me to make that process more affordable? Because no one is going to pay 30 million, because the video content you're going to create in about 6 weeks is null and void. And the consumers want more content because there's so much many more touch points. But more so than measuring what we are doing from a creative perspective, I'm sure Francis spoke about it, using technology to track and measure the impact of the work we do, and then to input into the work we do from an insight perspective, track it, attribution, and then change. What Waithera just said about influencers, without technology, we can't do it. Technology allows you to find the right influencers, to track what they're doing, and then to iterate what you're doing with them the fastest way possible. I don't think there's a world where there is no technology for people in marketing and advertising. I think it's about all of us stepping back and understanding it and starting to use it in the right way. I think most of the global agencies, if you see their current purpose, is everyone, PhD, FCB, everybody, WPP, they now stopped calling themselves they're not even creative agencies. It's about transformation. It's how do they use technology and digital to transform brands? And therefore, we become partners, not just to create work, but to also enable and catalyze the transformation for the client. Whether you're building for them platforms to communicate, platforms to sell, platforms to do stuff, the traditional work we used to do has shifted, and therefore we have to shift ourselves for technology to make sense for us and our clients.
Okay. I hope you're getting that. Huh? So agencies really think about your business model. Don't just think about, a response to a brief and a creative output, but everything, the whole journey to actual performance and outcomes. And also as marketers, recognize that you have your agencies to be able to work with like that. Consider them as real partners, not as suppliers, and how you can start leveraging technology and AI. Yeah, so yes, start recognizing them as partners, and you're going to go far. Because I also get a lot of that. I mean, people are really still confused. This AI thing, what is it going to do? How do I incorporate it? Right now, people just think it's ads, but there's so much more. Yeah. Okay, so let me allow anyone who has a question, burning question.
This question is to Maureen. So I'm Gloria, part of ABL, the Africa Hub. So I like the aspect that you've said, influencers drive culture. But what are the metrics that brands would look out for to track these influencers around culture?
Thank you, Gloria. So within the influencer driving culture, let's assume there's a funnel. So people know about a product through an influencer, or a service or your agenda through an influencer. So of course you'll go through the normal. You need to know how many people saw your content to the influencer. How did they feel about it? Do they resonate with it? Finally, there's then at that point we split the influencer funnel into the roles of those influencers. There's those who are going to drive a lot of awareness, like Mamito. But then when you come down to Chef Waislando, he'd be able to tell you people actually bought the whiskey, went and cooked a ribeye steak with it. And then you come back and say other people came and did the same thing. So if we link all those influencer activities, I know for Tagga, there's the capability to see how many people engage with the content, which countries they were in, is the sentiment growing or going down? So there are tools that actually guide on what influencers are delivering, but within the tiers that they serve. So you need to also acknowledge that the tools will serve us with the right information and the right data. And then with regards to measuring culture, is within the group of Chef Waislando audiences. How many people have actually become diehards for our brand? So when you do an activation and he's brought on ground and his people come through or they participate in the engagement. I remember the one that floored me and I was really impressed was Tusker Oktoberfest last year. The influencers are able to pull audiences on ground from online communities to come and celebrate with them on ground. And that was the success of knowing culture has seeded into this group. So Gen Zs are looking at, Gen Zs over 25. We're looking at the brand differently. They're like, Tusker is for all of us. So they're pulled for cider, coming with Victor Peace and the crew. They're pulled coming with the rest of the portfolio. So culture can be measured with on-ground activity. I hope that the BTL agencies also can support to show just from this influencer bringing the audiences to us, they brought 500 audience members. It could be also we tie them to codes, unique codes. When they come in, they get this freebie and their team so-and-so. We need to find ways to measure culture better. There are tools doing it to a level, but getting to know, because culture is what we do between the two of us. If I believe in its habit, what we do together consistently, you have to keep tracking it and keep understanding how it's evolving with that microculture we've created. So the tool for that, I don't think exists yet, but Tagger is doing a great job for that. I don't know why I'm marketing Tagger right now. The Lord's work. But those are the tools we need to lean into for the influencer metrics. Maybe it will take us there in the next year, and we'd be able to say from the Taskandimu movement, we have 3,000 more users of the product, and they are rallying 3,000 more behind them. And so there's a whole Ndimu movement. There's a cider. That's the same thing we need to measure. That looks like conversion. It is, but also remember it is culture. They'll keep passing it down to their circles and to the next generation. So we don't have a tool for that, but Tagger is there. It can take us to a level where we can push it further. We are innovating together after all. Yes, I hope I've answered you, Gloria. I felt like I've said English. Okay.
I think there was someone from Kantar here. I think Kantar does measure, not calling it culture, but if you work for Cook, for example, she used to be my client there one time. They do measure habits and rituals, right? And they will be able to tell you for Fanta, we are trying to ensure the rituals are getting from this number to this number. What are rituals? Rituals are habits. It's something that now I do consistently. I remember for their markets, Coke will pick and they'll just do influencer work with one brand and track what that looks like. But also what we call brand love, which is like a dead word because people don't love things anymore. They just decide to use them more often, is an outcome of culture. If you're impacted by culture enough of someone, then you love that things to the highest level, which is your brand love, right? So you may not be able to track one thing saying my influencer made me do this, but there are things in your brand that will show whether your influencer strategy is working.
All right. I think we'll just close it there. First of all, we have to close anyway. It's 1 p.m. We have extended by half an hour. But actually, we would have kept time if we didn't have a technical hitch. We lost about 30 minutes. How do I want to conclude? First of all, I just must say, I must write on the Tagger story that we actually putting together a course on influencer marketing with Tagger that we'll be launching sometime next month. And now that I'm talking about launching things, there's something that I'd like to say we are launching. Yeah, so talk of podcasts, we're going to be launching a podcast from next month. You're going to start seeing some content out there. Of course, our starting point will be our partners who are here, Ipsos. We have Ipsos, we have Kantar, we have everybody who is here. And I think that this is going to be a very great place where you can continue to get very valuable input, feedback, information and insights that you can use as you develop your marketing strategies. We actually did conduct a bit of research on it and found that we do have a bit of a gap there. And as part of our vision of sharing knowledge from those who know and sharing it to, and bridging the gap, the skills knowledge gap, we believe that the podcast is going to enable us achieve that objective. So look out for that. So other than that, I think we can close now.